Chair. The planning meeting is now live.
Good afternoon. I am Councillor David Fuller, Chair of the Planning Committee, and I welcome everyone to this virtual Planning Committee meeting. This meeting is being broadcast to enable the press and public to view the meeting. We are meeting virtually in response to the limitations placed on the governance by the COVID-19 pandemic. Until recently, the law stated that all members had to be present in the room to make formal decisions at meetings. However, the law was amended to this response to the COVID-19 emergency, and councils are able to hold public meetings virtually. For the purpose of this meeting, and having been advised by the City Solicitor, I can confirm that pursuant of Section 78 of the Coronavirus Act 2020, this meeting will be run by reference to amended standing orders in accordance with the local authorities coronavirus flexibility of local authority meetings regulation 2020 number 392. The making of the motions. The officer will present the application, read any written deputations received and confirm the recommendations for debate. To facilitate this meeting, I have exercised my discretion in accordance with the consultation and suspended standing orders number 41A. And I'm allowing debate on items before a formal motion is made to this committee. Members are reminded to be available throughout the meeting and indicate if they need to leave the proceedings at any point. Members are also requested to keep their microphones on mute and to only turn on when they are called to speak. This will limit the amount of background noise, which can be very disruptive. Members are requested to keep their cameras turned on at all times. Officers are requested to turn their cameras on when they are presenting their reports and answering any questions. Members of the committee who wish to speak in the debate should use the chat facility and simply write RST, request to speak. Please do not use the chat facility for anything else. Officers will also use the chat function to advise me, the chair, if they need to provide any advice to this committee. If there are technical difficulties or need to take a confidential advice, we will endeavour to resolve this and where necessary have a brief adjournment, but the meeting can proceed where quorate. I will now explain the running order for this meeting. Members will declare any interests received, an update on planning matters, agree the minutes of the previous meeting, and then determine each planning item. For each item, the planning officer will make the presentation of the application. Following the presentation, the officer will read out any written deputations submitted in accordance with the amended standing order for deputations. Members, we will then ask questions, you will make comments, and then we will determine the application. The order of the planning application today has been changed slightly, so we will hear planning applications number 1 and number 2, followed by application 4. Planning application 3 and 5 will move to the end of the meeting as I have an interest to declare, so Councillor Judith Smythe as Vice Chair will take over the running of that part of the meeting. So following the full council meeting yesterday, there was a membership change to the committee. Councillor Chris Atwell is now a full member of the committee, replacing Councillor Vernon Jackson. So welcome, Councillor. Councillor Susan Horton replaces Councillor Atwell as the standing deputy. So I would now like to invite members to introduce themselves. I read your names out in alphabetical order, but can you please reply by stating your name and saying present, and whether you are attending here as a full committee member or as a standing deputy for a full-time member. I will pause for a few seconds between calling each member. Those who are not able to confirm they are present will be recorded here, but as absent from the meeting. So I call Vice Chair first of all. I call Councillor Judith Smythe first of all. Councillor Judith Smythe.
Councillor Judith Smythe, Vice Chair of this committee.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Matthew Atkins, please.
Present, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I now call Councillor Chris Atwell.
Present, Chair.
Thank you. I now call Councillor Lee Hunt, please.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. I am present, and just for information, I've been on and off this committee more or less for the last 20 years. So I've been around it for a fair time. So thank you all very much, and welcome, Councillor Atwell.
More than welcome, Councillor Hunt. I now call Councillor Donna Jones, please. Councillor Donna Jones.
Thank you, Chairman. Present.
Thank you, Councillor. And I call Councillor Terry Norton, please. Councillor Norton, please. He's frozen there. Hello, Councillor Norton.
He is present, Lord Mayor.
He is, yes,
No
I've been
signal
talking.
problem.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me, Chair? Am I back?
Yes, you're better now, Councillor. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. I'm present.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Norton. Councillor Lynn Stagg, please.
Present, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Luke Stubbs, please.
Present, Lord Mayor.
Not a Lord Mayor yet, I'm afraid.
Chairman, even. Sorry.
It's force of habit, Councillor. I understand. Councillor
It was a very
Claire...
late night.
It was. I'm glad you're still awake, Councillor. Councillor Claire Udy, please.
Present, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I now call and ask the officers to confirm that they are present as follows? Ian, first of all, Ian Maguire, the Assistant Director of Planning and Economic Growth.
Thank you, Chair. I am present.
Thank you very much. I'll try and pronounce this correctly, but Isa Ekaldo, Head of Development Management. I hope I've said that correct. Thank you very much. Rebecca Altman, the Principal Planning Officer.
Thank you. Yes, I'm present.
Thank you. Gary Christie, Principal Planning Officer.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. I'm present.
Thank you very much, Mr. Christie. James Kelleny, Planning Officer.
Yeah, Cellini. Yeah, I'm present as well. Good afternoon, members.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Richard Lee, who's the Service Manager.
Good afternoon, Chair. Present.
Thank you, Richard. Juliet Gill, who's the Principal Planning Solicitor.
Good afternoon, Chair. I'm present.
Thank you very much, Juliet. Lisa Glacia, Local Democracy Officer. There we are.
Yes, hello, Chair. I'm present.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. And as I said to you, welcome today. So the first thing we're going to move on to, the first item on the agenda is apologies. So I will ask the Local Democracy Officer to confirm wherever we have received any apologies for absence.
Thank you. No apologies, Chair. Everyone is present today.
That's good. Thank you very much. So number 2, moving on, that completes the attendance records and part of this meeting. I now move on to agenda item number 2, which is declarations of members of any interests. If any members have any declarations that they would like to make, please state both the type of interest and the nature of the interest. So as I said before, at the beginning of it, I have to declare 2 interests. First one is on Havant Road. I've spoken to the solicitors this morning, and as follows: on Havant Road, I consider that I have a personal and prejudicial interest in this item because of my employee's business, which is a care home on the Havant Road, and that it could be appearance could be of bias. So I will not participate in or on the vote on that item, and I will vacate the chair to my deputy chair. Forest Lodge as well, I consider that I have a personal and prejudicial interest in this item because of my employee's business, which is a care home, and that there could be an appearance of bias if I participate the votes on that item as well. I will not participate in or vote on that item, and I would vacate the chair. So that's me sorted out. Anybody else got any declarations of interest? I see Councillor Claire Oody. Councillor Oody.
Hello, I've taken legal advice on, I can't remember the number, in London Road at the back of the Clarence Gardens. I used to be an employee of the Clarence Gardens when it was under Green King. Since then it's been sold. They sold the land in the car park. I don't consider myself to have any bias in this, and everything's fine. But yes, I used to work there.
Thank you very much. Any other councillors got anything to declare, please? Is that Councillor Norton? Sorry, did you have something to declare at all, Councillor?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have a personal non-pecuniary interest in the Havant Road application, and I will give, if it's heard, I will give deputation on behalf of my residents, so will not sit on that item.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And I also see that, Councillor Lynn Stagg.
Yes, just to say, Chair, I have to leave at 3 o'clock as I have another appointment at 3:30.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So if that's okay, so there's no more declarations of interest. So I now move on to item 3, to consider the minutes of the previous meeting held on the 10th of June. The recommendation for that is that the minutes be approved as a correct record to be signed by the chair. Do I have a proposal for this recommendation? Could I have a proposer, please? Anybody wish to propose that?
Yeah, I'm happy to propose them.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lee Hunt has proposed that. Do I have a seconder, please?
I'm happy to second, Chair, if you like.
Thank you very much. Councillor Donna Jones has seconded that. Thank you very much, members. The recommendation has been proposed and seconded. I will now take a vote, affirmation of the meeting as permitted within the regulations. If there is no dissent, the proposal is passed. Are there any objections to this recommendation, members? No? Okay then, so thank you very much, members. The minutes of the previous meetings have therefore been approved. So we now swiftly move on now to the next item, the updates of planning applications. So I'm going to hand over to Ian to see if we've had any updates from any members at all. Ian, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take it over from Ian. We've received 11
Can't hear anything, Chair.
Sorry, I can't hear anything. So you're going to have to switch your. Could you start again? Yep. Sorry, start again.
Apologies, Councillor. I'm taking over from Ian to give an update on the previous applications. We received 11 appeals against decisions of the local planning authority since the last planning committee, and we also received 2 decisions. Out of them, 1 was allowed and 1 was dismissed. And also we did receive 6 appeals against enforcement actions taken against HMOs that have come forward without planning permission in place. And they are from 1 applicant. That's the end of the update, Councillor.
Okay, nothing more for any officers to add while we're here? No? Okay then.
Chair,
yes.
Chair, sorry, it's Juliet Gill here.
Yes.
Can I just go back to the declarations of interest for Councillor Norton? Because he said he's got a personal and prejudicial interest in Havant Road. I didn't get the reason why, and if so, he will need to leave. He will not be able to participate or vote, so he'll need to leave, and he won't be able to make representations for anyone else. Is there someone else that could read those out for you, Mr. Councillor Norton?
Councillor Norton.
No, look, I hope that this won't be heard anyway, so it'll be deferred. So I won't sign it.
Okay. does that answer everybody's questions? Is that okay with you, Julie? It's fine. Yes.
Yes, it's fine. I just wanted to clarify that he would need to not participate and not vote. Thank you.
It's important we get that bit right. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. So now we're going to move on to item number 5. So the planning officer, Gary Christie, will now present the first application, and this is the land to the rear of 118 London Road, Portsmouth. Gary, it's over to you for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. If you bear with me just 2 seconds while I share my screen, make sure that you can see the presentation. Okay, so members, can you confirm that you can see the screen? Thank you. Right, this first item today relates to a parcel of land to the rear of 118 London Road, formerly part of the Clarence Gardens public house. The site is to the rear of the North End District Centre, which linear centre comprising a mix of shops and commercial uses with residential above. We have London Road extending north of the roundabout, Stubbington Avenue, and the access to the application site, which sits in this part here. Former car park, now separated from the public house and adjoining a Portsmouth City Council car park immediately to the south. Just another view of the application site. Again, the Clarence Gardens public house. Various commercial uses, the former Woolworths building, now Poundland, and the former cinema site access, Stubbington Avenue. This large building here with quite a blank elevation facing the application site is Cornerstone House, which was formerly an office block, has recently been converted to residential uses. A couple of site photographs just showing Portsmouth City Council's car park here with the commercial uses on to London Road, the Clarence Gardens public house here, the application site extending and its access from Stubbington Avenue. So planning permission is sought for the construction of a Part 3, Part 4-storey building comprising 9 two-bedroom flats. The image here just showing the ground floor layout with access from the east from Stubbington Avenue and in through the site, through an undercroft into a car park to the rear of the site, through an undercroft with a ground floor unit on the northern side of the building, and then the access arrangements, bin stores and bike stores for residents. The layout of the 2 floors above comprises 3 two-bedroom flats, both on the first and the second floor. All of the units meeting the nationally described space standard and providing an acceptable degree of light and outlook. This is the 3rd floor, which comprises just the 2 units, both 2-bedroom, again benefiting from the same level of light and outlook. These are the 2 main elevations. So the elevation to the east will be the one that you're presented with as you enter the car park area from Stubbington Avenue. A relatively simple flat roof design, greater interest to these elevations, and the main feature on the southern elevation, which faces into the car park itself and will be seen from the south of the site. The proposed north and west elevations, a little less detailed. The northern elevation facing onto the largely blank elevation of Cornerstone House, so would not be seen in any context at all. And then the west elevation will be the elevation that fronts onto the Clarence Gardens public house. This is the proposed visuals of the site. Again, just to give you some context, we have the largely blank elevation of Cornerstone House and the entrance from Stubbington Avenue just to the right of your screen. A relatively simple building, but relatively appropriate given its context. Flat roofs are appropriate within this particular area. We have raised some concerns with the applicant around the number of materials used and the palette. we will be proposing a condition to seek to reserve the final detail of the materials post-decision. So with some relatively minor changes to the entrance to the site and the ground floor and the access and the bike stores, the Local Highways Authority have confirmed that they're satisfied with the arrangements. The parking is in accordance with the residential parking standards and would be appropriate for this highly sustainable location. Deputations have raised concerns over the proximity of the proposed dwellings to the rear garden and smoking area of the public house and the potential impact on the continued operation of the public house itself. The proposal includes additional mitigation measures provided during the course of the application, which has been considered by the City Council's Environmental Health Team. This includes acoustic screening, mechanical ventilation within a number of the units, and allowing the ability for windows to remain closed during certain parts of the day, principally in the evening and over the weekends. A right-of-way is retained to the public house following the disposal of the rear car park area. This is not for patrons of the public house. This allows access for residents residing within the flats above the public house and for the collection of refuse from the public house itself, which would be taken out through the undercroft, which is as much as the arrangement is presently. So the proposal provides 9 two-bedroom dwellings within a highly sustainable location, contributing towards the city's identified housing need, with the mitigation measures in place to address the potential impacts from the neighbouring public house and the loss of trees. The proposal would provide an acceptable standing of living environment for future occupiers within an appropriately landscaped setting, without affecting the ongoing operation of the public house. The proposal therefore comes with a recommendation of conditional permission with delegated authority to the Assistant Director of Planning and Economic Growth to first resolve outstanding matters in respect of SBA mitigation. I will now proceed to the written representations that have been received from the operator, Mr. Smith of the Clarence Gardens Public House, and the applicant's agent, Mr. Jacob Russell. So I'll start with the objection from the public house itself. It states, I refer to the above application and thank you for taking the time to hear my case. I reiterate my previous 2 comments and the conversations with Gary Christie, Planning Case Officer, and to summarise my conversation and concerns to Mr. Christie. Number 1, the residential accommodation above my pub, the Clarence, consists of 2 flats and a total of 12 rooms. Upon completion of refurbishment, the upper floors shall accommodate 12 people. We have discussed a HMO licence with the LHA, all of whom will use the access route over the land in question with the possibility of bikes, etc. Number 2, the waste collection for the residential is different days from the pub, as it's collected by the local authority. The pub collections are collected 4 times per week, as are different materials, and we also cannot store large quantities owing to the space restrictions. The noise and smells of the dustbins will cause nuisance to the proposed residential flats. I do not believe that PCC Waste Management have considered this together with the proposed waste from the proposed development. Number 3, we are prepared and are due to apply for a later licence, closing at 2 AM in line with competitors in the road, Blue Anchor and Grapes. We hope that this will kickstart and maintain the business following the onslaught of COVID-19. We have not done so until the result of this planning application. Daytime trade is dead and not enough. The EA and the LHA have highlighted at 3.12 of the report potential noise. No actual physical acoustics surveys have been carried out. Naturally, residents want their windows opened for fresh air and not want to be disturbed by pub noise. Would you? And not having to rely on artificial air or extraction which breaks down and is not eco-friendly. Number 4, the Clarence is locally listed and should be assisted by all to preserve it as a pub. It is a good, solid business in terms and long-term street scene. If we were to close it as a business, the only probable takers would be short-term pound or charity shops who have far lower rateable values for council income. Number 5, the land in question should be encouraged to be used for commercial use, so it would produce income for the owner, bring much needed business to the area and not affect the pub trade. Number 6, 5.4 of the planning report admits that the proposal contradicts policy. Number 7, the proposed development has lots of windows looking not only into our property but also into the council car park, which could sterilise planning opportunities for the council in years to come and thereby affect the council's assets. I kindly request you consider my pleas and refuse this application and encourage the owner to give the land a commercial use. Thank you. Steve Smith. The second representation is on behalf of the applicant from Mr. Russell. Good afternoon, members. We would have liked to attend this meeting in person, but we are thankful for the opportunity to submit a written deputation instead. As your planning officer has confirmed, the proposal is for 9 apartments in a highly sustainable location just off North End High Street. The future occupiers will enjoy excellent access to local services and public transport, and bicycle and car parking is fully provided on site. When considering the CGI images in front of you, it is clear that the proposed 4-storey building makes a measured improvement on the street scene, which currently comprises a poorly maintained and unused area of hard standing and a large plain flank wall. The proposed building incorporates a simple palette of materials to ensure coherence with local vernacular, and the architectural style, when taken in the round, is modern, understated, but aesthetically pleasing. We have provided an updated CGI image for the committee. This piece of brownfield land was acquired by the applicant nearly 2 years ago, and the pub has traded ever since, lockdown aside, and has not suffered as a result of the disposal of the land. The tenants of the residential units above the pub retain a right-of-way across the site and to ensure that their bins can still be collected from the rear of the site, as is the existing arrangement. The site is not, and never will be, used or owned by the public house. We strongly believe, and the council's professional advisors agree, that the living standards of future occupiers of the apartments will not be adversely affected by the proximity to the public house or any other typical city centre business. There is a buffer zone of the expansive private residential car park between the 2 properties, and extra measures have been set out in the acoustic impact assessment, which the council's planning officers are content with. These can be secured by planning condition. In a busy, vibrant city that Portsmouth is, residential and commercial uses must coexist in order to maintain the vitality and future prosperity of our great city. A Section 106 agreement which ensures that the applicant will pay the appropriate mitigatory financial sums towards nitrate neutrality and bird-aware strategy has been engrossed by both parties, demonstrating the soundness of the proposals in ecological terms. The applicant is also in advanced discussion with a regional social landlord, so we can develop the site out using local tradesmen and suppliers and deliver homes for local people. Since submitting our original deputation, Mr. Smith has submitted their written deputation, which we have responded to below. Number 1. 118 London Road is not registered as a HMO on the City Council's up-to-date register of properties with permitted HMO use. This, therefore, cannot prejudice the application as it is entirely a hypothetical scenario. The Council's planning officer has confirmed no application for a change of use to C4 has been submitted by the objector. Even if the objector were to have consent granted for the change of use to C4, these residents would still benefit from the existing right-of-way across the car park of the proposed apartments. We have previously acted for many regional breweries, and their pub waste collections are always collected once a week. We would therefore question the validity of this point. Point 3. The Council has confirmed no application for a late licence for the pub has been submitted and cannot therefore prejudice the current application. There is no evidence provided that this application has or ever will be submitted to the Council. The Council's Environmental Health Officer was content with the acoustic measures proposed by the applicant, as was the case officer and the team leader who signed off the report. These acoustic measures can be secured by condition, and the applicant willingly agrees to accept such a condition. Any local city centre public house has a duty to be a good neighbour to all the surrounding residential homes and to fully comply with licensing legislation. Number 4. The proposal is not a locally listed heritage asset. Sorry, the proposal site is not a locally listed heritage asset. The proposal site does not make up the setting of a locally listed building and does not impinge on the ability of people to enjoy the experience of the heritage asset, especially when considering the most important elevation of the asset is its frontage within the street scene and experience from London Road. Number 5. There is no policy requirement for the proposal site to be repurposed for a commercial use. Indeed, it does not enjoy an active high street frontage, so it is likely any business would fail here. In suggesting such a use of a site, the objector accepts that the site is primed for redevelopment, thereby accepting the principle of development implicitly. Number 6. The objector has misunderstood 5.4 of the committee report, which confirms the principle of development is sound when tested against the national and local planning policy. Number 7. The council nor the developers have brought forward any plans to develop its car park. The land is not allocated for housing, and therefore any hypothetical redevelopment of this land cannot prejudice the application. In summary, this application will repurpose a vacant brownfield city centre site, and as well as the seal receipt for the council, will provide much needed work and jobs for local businesses, homes and local people, and for the city's housing stock, an inward investment into the Nelson ward. This is a highly sustainable development which is fully compliant with local and national planning policies, with numerous benefits to the local people of Portsmouth, and members are therefore respectfully asked to follow the advice of the expert planning officers and to grant planning permission for this development. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much there, Gary. Thank you, and thank you also to the deputations as well for us as well, and for you reading them out. Thank you very much. So we now move on to questions from members, which will be directed to the planning officer. Who would like to ask any questions, members, first of all? Councillor Chris Atwell is first on the list. Councillor Atwell, please. Questions, please.
Thank you, Chair. Gary, just a couple of observations. So there are 9 dwellings, but 12 car parking spaces, which seems to be incongruent to what we're trying to achieve in terms of car use. And a bit later on in the report, under bicycle storage facilities, it says that the bike storage facilities are there to encourage cycling as an alternative to use of the private motor vehicle in accordance with some PCS, Portsmouth Plan elements. It just seems incongruent that we're providing people with more space than is necessary to park cars.
Gary, could you answer that?
Thank you, Councillor. The parking is provided in accordance with the Parking Standards Supplementary Planning Document. Is an adopted document which sets out the level of parking required within new residential developments. So the applicant has followed the guidance set out, which rests on policy PCS 17 of the Portsmouth Plan, has provided parking in accordance with the standards that are adopted. The same applies for the bicycle storage. Indeed, it is in a highly sustainable location, and it is open for applicants to try and demonstrate that there is a lower demand for parking on application sites. In this particular instance, the applicant has decided that it would be appropriate, and it may be to do with the marketing of the properties themselves, that they do wish to provide a policy compliant scheme and provide the full parking provision.
Okay. Just, it applies to what we're trying to achieve in terms of car use. My other observation is about trees. 520 under impact on trees talks about 4 trees / groups of trees. So is it 4 trees or 4 groups of trees? If so, how many trees in total?
Thank you, Councillor. Gary, please, to answer that.
Okay, there are 4 trees. One of the trees is multi-stemmed, so could actually be regarded as being a group of trees. All of these have been considered, and the submitted information has been considered by the City Council's arboricultural officer, who makes the point that these are category C trees. They're not of the highest quality, and as part of the redevelopment of the site and the replacement planting that they are proposing, that it would actually provide an improved landscape setting and continue the amenity value that the current trees currently afford to the street scene.
Absolutely. And a 5 principle on the last sentence about a detailed landscaping scheme can be required through a suitably worded planning condition. Hope that will happen.
Gary?
That is correct. So there is an indicative drawing which remains on the screen at the moment, which shows the location of the main planting features, which will be trees, the precise details of this, which will also incorporate the other areas of landscaping around the site, and the setting to the building will be reserved for a planning condition, which is not uncommon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you, Gary. Next person on my list, Councillor Donna Jones, please. Councillor Jones, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Gary, I wonder, this is a slightly rhetorical question in that I do know the answer to it, I'm fairly sure, but I think for the interest of those watching online and also for the objector at the Clarence Garden, Clarence pub, there was objections made in their deputation, which you read out today, about the staff living above the pub, the living accommodation, them having to access across this development site to get to their, the rear of their access for their living quarters, and also their proposed 2 a.m. Licence extension and the material impact that or the impact they believe around the waste collection. Now, I notice at 3.1 and 3.12 of the report, there were no objections from the Waste Management Service, and Environmental Health have talked about the impact on this new residential development from noise from the pub, but don't deem that to be so substantive that it would have an impact on the residential. But I just thought it might be useful if you can just clarify from a planning perspective if any of the points raised in the Clarence pub deputation, the objections, if any of those are material, and what weight we should put on them if so.
Thank you, Councillor. Gary, please.
Okay, so the potential, and I would just state as well that we are joined by Richard Lee, who's the Regulatory Services Manager. So if there are any specific questions you would like to direct towards Mr. Lee in terms of a potential impact from noise, he is available to answer those questions for you. The impact of noise is a material planning consideration. Also within the National Planning Policy Guidance, there is a requirement for uses to be able to operate together. So existing commercial uses and residential, and a requirement that unfair restrictions should not be placed on existing businesses that prevent their continued operation. So placing residential uses at the back of a commercial business in theory could result in some friction. Where that is the case, then appropriate mitigation measures must be put in to ensure that the amenity of future residents can be protected, but also to allow the reasonable operation of the public house to continue. So these two land uses can coexist, which is not an uncommon relationship within the city, where there are a number of public houses in areas and in some cases closer than this. The mitigation measures put forward by the applicant are in the form of acoustic screening between the boundary between the two sites. It is the placement of the windows, allowing rooms to have both closed and opening windows, but also from those very short periods of the day when there is noise later into the evening. The noise is not necessarily a problem during the day, it's at limited periods of the day, so not continuous. And during those short periods, with those mitigation measures in place, so the extraction and mechanical ventilation, that we can ensure that there's adequate air quality and ventilation within those buildings, and you wouldn't result in overheating, which is common with mechanical ventilation. There is a planning condition proposed within the report, which will seek the precise details of that mitigation, so we have an idea of what it was, but there will be a requirement for the applicant to demonstrate through the discharge of a condition that they can achieve the suitable noise levels within those rooms on that side of the building that is closest to the pub garden.
Thank you, Gary. Councillor Donna Jones, do you want to follow on from that, please?
And the access across the site for the staff and the waste collection. Again, I don't think that they are material planning consideration. Well, I say they're not material. I mean, there's no objection being raised from the Waste Management Service. So I just want the Clarence Garden to feel like we have really taken consideration of all the objections, as they are the most neighbouring, closest neighbour and probably the most affected site.
Gary, thank you, Councillor.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So the waste collected from the public house is usually collected and will be collected by a private company. I understand it's currently collected from the rear of the site at the moment. So potential noise from that would be the wheeling of large bins across a car park. And underneath the undercroft, and the proposals that we have put in place and the applicant has put in place to mitigate the impact of noise from the operation of the public house itself, in terms of people enjoying the rear garden, would also apply to the removal of waste from the site through the undercroft. So the pub will be able to take the waste out as it does at the moment through the applicant's site. And in terms of residents coming and going from the site, again, it's a slightly unusual relationship, but again, the mitigation measures that we're proposing through the planning conditions should prevent any significant impact from that.
Thank you, Gary. Councillor Jones, did you want to add another question at all?
It was just the one about the staff accessing the rear of the building, but I mean, I don't want to keep hogging all the questions. So I don't. Okay. It's not material planning consideration. Okay. The point I'm trying to get at is we've taken it into consideration, basically.
Thank you, Councillor. And obviously, if you want to come back, Councillor, please feel free. Councillor Lee Hunt is the next person on my list. Councillor Lee Hunt, please.
So thank you very much, Mr. Christie, Mr. Chair. A number of questions, if it's all right, to Mr. Lee, who's here. I'm particularly concerned to understand how a vortex will be created or not in that car park, because we've got the very high wall of Cornerstone House to the north, we've got the pub to the west, and then we've got these are fairly high walls to the east, formed by this new application, and this leaves the car park. Now the pub cooks all day long, right the way through, continuously, and has a very large clientele. So not only that, the smoking in the garden. I want to understand how the windows of the future intended occupiers, which we can see open up onto the car park, how they will cope with the smell of the cooking and the noise from people just talking, and from the cooking smells all day long. Will they be required? Can we require them to keep the windows closed, for example, Mr. Lee?
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Gary, would you like to answer that, please?
No, Mr. Lee. Richard Lee.
Sorry, yes. Mr. Lee, would you like to answer the concerns that Councillor Lee Hunt's raised there?
Very happy to do so. In terms of the extraction system and the odour which is likely upon the new residential units, I think that Gary will confirm that there's a roughly 13.5 metres separation from the boundary of the site to the facade of the new development. When considering the likely dilution factors, etc., of odour, we suspect, and it is only we suspect, there is no sophisticated modelling that we can undertake with regards to odour, but we suspect that the level of dilution will be sufficient to ensure that there is no cause for concern, assuming, of course, that routine maintenance of that extraction system will be maintained by the management and the owner of the premises.
Thank you, Richard. Councillor Hunt, did you want to come back on
on
that point?
So Richard, we know that just one particulate getting through and into the back of your nose, etc., gives the impression of cooking smell. That's all you need, really. But it's the vortex I'm interested in. By placing this building here, instead of everything getting away, and we're looking down into the yard now, I'm sure you can see just the same, Mr. Lee. Is the vortex, in your experience, will a vortex be created there with the, because the prevailing winds come from the southwest, and they'll go into this now confined area and be sort of imprisoned there and spin everything about. Now, is that likely or not? Would that impact on the future intended occupiers of the new building?
I would agree. I would agree. It's not the most open of sites, and obviously you can see the large facade of the adjoining building, and with the mass of the new building, that will enclose the site a little bit more than it currently is. But again, considering the distances and understanding the routine maintenance, which will be required for many reasons, I don't believe it will be a particular problem.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Christie, are you there? You there, Gary?
Yes, he can hear you, Councillor Hunt.
Thank you,
if you'd like to ask
Chairman.
your question.
So it's a separate question. I heard Councillor Atwell query the number of car parking spaces, and in a way I'm quite thrilled that there should be sufficient car parking in this application. But he's right, there does appear to be too much. Why haven't they, where this 2 metre fence has been put, so-called acoustic fence, it's probably just be planking or double planking, and it's 2 meters high, which is about 6'6". I can just about jump over that nowadays. Why aren't we deleting a car parking space or 2 or 4 and installing into there plenty of trees, which would then help later on push the smells and whatnot upwards and indeed be more green, because we're supposed to be a green council. We're supposed to be moving on. We keep on banging on about this. So there's the opportunity to delete a couple of car parking spaces at least, probably 4, and to the western end, and install more trees. The other trees were self-sown, by the way, Chris. Mr. Christie.
Thank you, Councillor. You have an application in front of you. You consider it against national and local planning policies. The current local planning policy, which is supported by a supplementary planning document, sets the level of parking. The applicant has provided parking in accordance with a document adopted by the City Council and sets out the parking requirement we expect as an authority from new developments within this part of the city. It's not for us to ask the applicant to remove parking spaces to make it non-compliant. I agree that there would be more opportunities for greening as part of a development, but we have to consider what's been presented in front of us, and we can explore through the conditions if you feel that there's more landscaping is required. But I would suggest that we would not be able to sustain a reason for refusal on the over provision of parking, which actually is not an over provision, it's in line with our parking standards.
And very lastly, Mr. Chair, sorry to apologise. This is a sustainable. We've got London Road, buses, and goodness knows what going around. So this is quite a high, a well-served area for public transport. Would that be correct, Mr. Christie?
I would agree. It's well served by buses. It's a fair distance from the nearest railway station, and I know the site well from trying to defend an appeal on Cornerstone House. So distance to a railway station is a little bit further to make it a truly highly sustainable location, but it is well served by bus routes, and there is a range of shops and services allowing people to use them from these proposed dwellings.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hunt. The next person on my list is Councillor Claire Oudie. Councillor Claire Oudie, please.
Hello, I'm going to go back to bins. I'm really sorry. So in this picture that you're looking at now, you see by the garages, right? You see those 3 purple lids? They're all bottle bins, yeah? So whilst I doubt the rubbish is collected 4 times a week, because you wouldn't fill them up, it's probably once to maybe twice a week. So they won't be stored there anymore. They'll be stored in the pub. So I would hazard that refuse collection comes quite early in the morning before a business opens, and there's no way that you can store the rubbish out the front because there's no space. I get when I did work there, beer was delivered at the front, but it was 7 in the morning. That was the rules. Before business open, because obviously it's on a bus lane and there's nowhere to park, and I guess that'd be the same with food deliveries as well. But with the bins, you're telling me that early in the morning, once to twice a week, the residents are going to put up with the dragging of 3 bottle bins and them being emptied into a dust cart, because obviously you can't have a dust cart come underneath. I don't know why my phone. Can you still hear me? Yeah.
Yes, we can, Councillor.
Oh, it's just telling me to log in again. So there's no material planning because the residents are going to complain as soon as the property is built about bins, 1,000,000%. I can absolutely guarantee it. Whilst I wouldn't really worry too much about the noise coming from the pub, because a 2 a.m. license doesn't mean their smoking area will be open till 2 in the morning. You'd look, it was probably likely to be made to shut at 10. Like most smoking areas in the city are. But the bins, how can that not be material when you know residents are going to complain about it?
Sorry, Councillor, can I just stop you? Can I just remind members, please, to ask questions rather than statements? And, we'll use that to the second one. So can I just remind all members, the first questions is the questions first, and then obviously it's comments afterwards. Gary, could you answer Councillor Udi's concerns there, please?
I can indeed. I presume the question was directed to myself rather than to Mr. Lee.
It could be to Richard as well, because
Okay.
it's saying about the amount of noise that's coming out. I feel like it's been kind of downplayed, the noise, a little bit.
The report and the section set out from the comments received from the environmental health team do acknowledge that there will be collection of refuse from the public house, which inevitably will include glass bottles. And as you say, that may be collected early in the morning. But it's a very short-term impact. It's not sustained throughout the day. And you would expect people living in a mixed commercial and residential area to have a degree of disturbance from the collection once or twice a week. We are told it may be more than that, but again, it's for very short periods of time, and that wouldn't result in significant harm with the mitigation measures that we are proposing to impose through planning condition. Would you add anything to that, Richard?
Sorry, through you, Chair.
Yes.
Only to agree with Gary on that. And if I highlight section 3.19, it is clear that we do have concerns, but we are gauging those concerns with regards to the material impact and the possibility of an objection in relation to those concerns if we felt they were material. So we understand that there are concerns and there will be noise which will be audible, but it is about the duration and the frequency of that noise, clearly on how long it occurs and when it occurs.
Thank you. Councillor Udi, did you want to ask another question at all?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Lee Hunt wanted to come in again. Councillor Hunt, please.
Yeah, that was going to be my fifth question about the bottles being collected and the timings. A couple of times a week, it says. So Mr. Lee, you understand that these bottles are going to be dragged along and through the undercroft, and presumably the pickup lorry is going to be at the front of the undercroft. Would that be the plan, I guess? And they're going to be tipped up with a lot of bottles. Any idea what the acoustic noise will be like from experience within the council?
Lee, Lee, Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, we get a lot of complaints regarding licensed premises, which are next to residential units or below residential units, about exactly the same sort of issues. Clearly, we have other powers and responsibilities under statutory nuisance, but I've no doubt that sufficient mitigation in terms of timings, when this happens, etc., can be in play to ensure that it is reduced to reasonable levels. Mindful, of course, that we have done some work in regard to the environment of the building with the windows closed, and what that environment will be like in terms of acoustic levels, decibel levels inside the rooms, etc. So we've had a considered approach with regards to all those issues, and as I say, we do have concerns, but we don't believe those concerns are material.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Richard. Thank you very much, Councillor. Next on my list, I've got Councillor. Who have I got next? Sorry, I'm Lynn Stagg. Councillor Stagg, did you want to say something?
It is I. Yes, thank you. My question always is: are solar panels included?
Who would be best to answer that one? Gary.
Thank you, Chair. They're not shown on the submitted drawings. There is a planning condition proposed within your committee pack relating to energy use and a reduction below that required by through the building regulations regime, and part of that could be the inclusion of solar panels. There is an area of flat roof that this could be incorporated.
Yes, can I ask that to happen? Because we need to be cutting down, it's not just emissions from vehicles, but it's also CO2, because that is contributing towards climate change. So every little helps, as Tesco says.
Thank you, Councillor. Any more questions from councillors, first of all, before we get to comments, please? I'm very mindful. Let's ask questions to the officers, please. Councillor Lee Hunt, did you want to ask another question?
Yes, indeed. Thanks for a reminder there, Councillor Stagg. So I went through Mr. Christie, what does 19% below the building regulations mean? It was EDR or something I read in the report. You'll have to excuse me. I can't see the report. I haven't got two devices here, so I'm a bit constrained. But in the report, it says that the energy consumption should be 19% below, is it EDR or something like that? What does that mean?
Okay, and Gary? In simple terms, there is a requirement under the building regs to meet certain emission rates. The planning condition just seeks to improve upon that required through the building regulations. So you have the target emission rates, and then we have the actual delivery rates for emissions on that building that can be tested post occupation of the building.
Yeah.
Okay.
So. What is 19? I beg your pardon, Gary. I'm being dumb here. What does it mean by 19% below? What's that about?
I'm not entirely sure I understand the question. There is a requirement to meet.
Go on.
There's a target to meet building regulations, which will set the level of emissions from any particular residential building. The target that we're imposing is to make the building 19%, making 19% reduction in the emissions from that building above what is required through the building regs regime.
Yeah. Okay, that's it. And you think that can be achieved by way of presumably double glazed windows or insulation and things like that?
There are a whole range of measures they could incorporate into the building to improve the emission rate. So it could be the standard of the boilers they use. It could be through the use of solar panels to reduce the amount of electricity brought into the site. So there's a whole raft of measures. I won't say that I'm an expert in this field.
Right. No, I understand.
We'll be requiring through the planning condition that they provide an independent report demonstrating that they have achieved the target emission rate.
So through building regulations, the local authorities bearing down on the carbon footprint of this building.
That is correct.
Thank you very much. Does any members want to ask any more questions? Because I think that's about it. I've just noted Councillor Judith Smythe, please. Judith Smythe, please.
I wanted to pursue the situation about the parking spaces. Would it be possible, technically, to put a condition on to require the loss of those extra 3 car parking spaces and putting a requirement for further landscaping between the pub and the building, if we were so minded?
I think, Councillor, we're still on questions at the moment, but Judith, Solicitor, could you answer that at all?
Also, question: would it be technically possible to do that? Were we so minded?
Well, it's technically possible, but it wouldn't be reasonable to do it. So my answer will be no. Okay. As you've been advised, the parking is in line with our policy, so we shouldn't be refusing or changing it on that ground.
Thank you very much, Judith.
Thank you. That's why I asked it as a question.
Lovely. No, that's lovely. Thank you very much, Councillor Smythe. Very good. Thank you very much. Any members wish to ask any more questions before we move on to comments? I've noted that Councillor Lynn Stagg has had to leave the meeting. So thank you, Councillor Stagg, for your contributions. Now moving on then to comments, please, members. And I've Sorry, Councillor Norton, did you, is a question or comment? Sorry, Councillor Norton?
It's a comment. Sorry,
Comment.
Chair.
Thank you very much. That's okay. So before you then, I had Councillor Lee Hunt who put comment up. So Councillor Lee Hunt, you're first to go. Councillor Hunt.
Yeah, I came into this application. I mean, I've read all the interpretation from Mr. Smith, the pub owner, and indeed from the applicants, agents, and so on. And I came into this willing to give it a whirl and a go. But the more I look into this, the more concerned that I have for the future intended occupiers of the. I think Councillor Smith has got a mic on. For the future intended occupiers of the property, I'm particularly concerned about the smells and the noise, etc., that is going to be created and the impact on them. And Councillor Udy was very right to remind us of the noise from the bottles. They're going to be loud. I don't know about anybody else here, but the seagulls around here wake me up. Goodness knows what a bin load of lorry and smashing of bottles and whatnot will do to somebody living at the front of the property. I think it's going to provoke complaints, and I think Mr. Lee alluded to it when he said, well, we can look at it, we can adjust the times and all this sort of thing. So it looks to me like we're going to, if we were to grant this permission, we're going to cause a headache for environmental health and for the city council. But that's not a planning reason, I suppose, to review as a headache for the council. But the problem is the noise for the future intended occupiers. I think PCS 23 is the policy. So I don't know if I'm going to get any backers, but I don't think we should do this. I think Mr. Smith's deputation was compelling. I think that if we were to grant permission, that we would cause. It's a good looking building. I think it's a much needed housing, all of those things. But I think the people who live in there will be miserable from the noise caused from the pub, the smell of the smoke, the smell of the cooking all day long. And then goodness knows what time of the day, twice a week at least, bottles being picked up and people going backwards and forwards through the undercroft to go to the back of the pub. I think it's an inappropriate development, and I think we should refuse it on the grounds of the adverse impact on the residential amenities of the future intended occupiers by way of the noise from the bottle collection, the smoke from the cigarettes and smoking from the rear garden. We have evidence about that, and the cooking smells, which we know go all day long. But there you are. That's my punt. That's how I see it, and I've made the refusal in the best, along the best in the best interest of the future intended occupiers and property, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hunt. Something for us to be thinking of as we go along. Councillor Terry Norton, please. Councillor Norton, please. Did you want to pass any comments, please?
Yes, please, Chair. Thank you very much. Now, I hear the comments made by other councillors on here regarding smells, bins. I will say that most blocks of flats have bins that are collected at any time. I'm sure all of them make a noise. I don't think this will be too much different. And in terms of the car spaces there, well, I don't think we can penalise an applicant for meeting our standards on parking. So that's a difficult one there. All of those, though, I think are probably non-material. I appreciate there is a very slim way of getting in terms of amenities and things, but this looks overall like a very good development. I think it will improve the area, and therefore and one probably that I think will simply win on appeal if we refuse it. So I'm happy to approve this and to propose recommendation.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Norton. So we've got one there. Councillor Jones, I know you wanted to say something. You've got to hear St. Luke would like to comment. His chat function isn't working.
Yeah, he just wants to speak. So if you want to call him chair, then he can speak.
Okay, then. So Councillor Luke Stubbs, please. I'm not sure what's going on, but Councillor Luke Stubbs.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm not part of the chat session. I don't know why, and I'm very reluctant to drop out the call and reconnect in case that fails. In terms of the application, I mean, I think one of the things which has been touched on in the questions, but it's worth making explicit, is the changes in planning policy at the national level there have been in terms of the agent of change, and how now where you have an existing use and a new use comes along, the new use has to adapt around the existing use rather than the other way around. And this fits with these sort of nonsense stories you hear every now and again when someone maybe moves next to a farm and then is concerned about the noise and the smell of the farm and wants the farm closed down. So, you know, we've had recognition in law of that, and I think that is welcome and sensible, and that is something which could apply in this case. I'm obviously also very mindful that the delays in the local plan means we're into the realms of the presumption in favour of sustainable development, and it is worth mentioning that the owner of the pub is looking to create an HMO directly above the pub. So I know that's a proposal rather than anything that's been agreed, but if you're looking for properties, people that will be disturbed by noise and disturbance from the pub, it will be there. Rather than in the building out the back. I very much wouldn't like to see, I mean, even if we could, I wouldn't like to see this application refused for providing parking. I think that the reason the parking policy has been put in there in the first place is that it is something which people want, and if other members have a different view on that, that's something for the local plan revision, not to be dealt with on an individual application. So I think it's a good scheme, and I'm happy to second Councillor Norton's proposal.
So at the moment, we've got a proposal by Councillor Norton and seconded by Councillor Luke Stubbs to approve that. I think, Judith, what do I do now? Sorry, I just want to make sure I've got the procedure right. Do we go and vote now if anybody else wants to have any more comments, first of all? Does anybody want any more comments, first of all, before I just hand over to Judith to make sure everything's okay? No? Okay. Judith?
It's Juliet. I was just going to say that I need to take all comments really first, which you've just done.
Yeah. Okay. So
can I just say this? My chat function isn't working either. Yes. We could, and I shall certainly need it when I'm chairing the two items at the end. Okay. And I'm trying to sort it out from this end, but I have tried reinstalling and various other things. So we're not alone. You're not alone, Luke.
Okay. Well, I think
Judith, the message you put on there at 3:09 has come up saying my chat function isn't working. So whatever you typed, it did come through to us.
I can't see if anybody's asked for RTS. So thank you for telling me that, Donna. That's something. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Well, what we'll do, Councillor Smythe, if you want, we'll break at some point, and before you take over chair, we'll make sure that's working. If that's okay for you, when I go, possibly you might want to hold for a break. Then it's only a suggestion. Obviously, the chair would be yours. Okay. Okay. Then. So, any more comments? First of all, just before I go over to Juliet, just to make sure that I'm doing everything okay. Any more comments from anybody else? No. Okay, Juliet, could you just make sure we're all in compliant and doing the correct thing? Or I am, certainly. Mic on.
As the recommendation is, as the motion is in line with the recommendation, you're moving that officer's recommendation for approval as set out in the papers, subject to the conditions and Section 106 obligations.
Thank you. So it's now a turn for each member to vote for or against the motion if they obviously wish to abstain. So that's where we are now, members. Sorry, I just want to make sure I've got that correct because it can get a bit misleading at times. So now we're going down to the voting. So again, I would ask each member in turn if they are voting for or against the motion, or if they wish to abstain. Very simple, 3 things there, nothing else, please, members, so we don't get confused. So the first person I'd like to call upon is Judith Smythe. Councillor Smythe, please indicate if you are for or against the motion of which, or wish, sorry, to abstain.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Matthew Atkins. Please indicate if you are for, against the motion or wish to abstain. Councillor Atkins. Sorry. Councillor Atkins, did you hear us?
I'm for the motion, Chair.
You're for the motion, very clearly. Thank you very much. Thank you. Councillor, now call upon Councillor Atwell. Please indicate if you are for the motion or you wish to abstain or you're against the motion, please.
For, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lee Hunt, please indicate if you are for or against the motion or you wish to abstain.
Against.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Donna Jones, please indicate if you're for or against the motion or you wish to abstain.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Terry Norton, please indicate if you are for or against the motion or you wish to abstain.
For, Chair. For.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lynn Stake, who obviously is not with us. I now call upon Councillor Luke Stubbs. Please would you indicate if you're for or against the motion or you wish to abstain. Councillor Stubbs.
For.
Thank you very much. I now call upon Councillor Claire Oudie. Please indicate if you are for or against the motion or you wish to abstain.
I wish to abstain, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. And now I'll cast my vote as chair, and I'm going to go for it. So I now ask Democratic Services to confirm if the motion was carried or not.
Thank you, Chair. We have 7 for the motion, 1 abstention and 1 against, so that motion has been carried.
So thank you. So I declare that that motion was carried and the planning permission is now granted. Thank you very much. So that concludes that item. Thank you very much, members. So I'm now moving on to the next application, which is Rebecca. Is that correct? You want to do the second application, which is number 46 to 50 Kingston Road.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, just bear with me while I share my screen.
That's fine. No problem. You're doing quite well today.
Can you confirm that you can see?
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
And we look forward to it.
Thank you very much. This application relates to a site on the corner of Kingston Road with New Road. Just before I carry on, just to explain, there was a slight update in the supplementary matters. There was a revision, correction to the plans to show a chamfered corner to the upper floors of the building, so that because otherwise it would have oversailed the highway there. So the location is shown with a red X here. It's a series of connected buildings, which forms 46 to 50 Kingston Road and also number 2A New Road. They've got some vacant retail units on the ground floor, a mixture of storage and offices above, plus along with 3 flats. It lies within the Kingston Road local centre, which is defined under PCS 18 of the Portsmouth Plan. Just some photographs of the area. So this is the existing building with the old maritime antique shop at the ground floor level. This is looking south down Kingston Road, and it's a slightly wider view south there, which shows the existing buildings are 2-storey. There's a mix of 2- and 3-storey along that road there. And then if you're looking sort of towards the north, you can see there's some taller buildings further north. And a mixture of commercial uses mainly at ground floor with some residential, some storage and etc. above. It's right on the traffic light junction with New Road and Kingston Road. And then this view on the bottom right is looking from New Road as if you were coming towards the traffic light junction with Kingston Road. And you can see the rear part of the buildings here, which is 1-storey going up to 2 stories. Just took some photographs to show the rear of the site. It's quite a tight site as it is at the moment. There's a very small courtyard you can see here on the right hand side, and then this photograph here shows a relationship with the property immediately to the south. So you can see it already has quite a tight relationship against the wall of number 46 Kingston Road. Proposal is to demolish all of the existing buildings on the site and redevelop the site with a part 3, part 4-storey building which would accommodate 2 retail units on the ground floor or replace them, and then create 11 one-bedroom flats above. So it would result in a net gain of 8 dwellings on this site. I've got this first image slide here shows the street scene from Kingston Road, so as existing with the 2-storey building here, and then as proposed with the 4-storey building with the 4th floor set back to make it more subservient there on the corner. Materials would include brickwork to the elevations. This was actually originally proposed to be render, but knowing the issues we have with rendered elevations, particularly on busy roads, we negotiated to brickwork, and they're proposing a mixture of red and buff brick with standing seam cladding to the top part there. Then on the new road elevation, again, we've got the existing buildings here, and then proposed would follow the line of the frontage. You'd have the buff brick element here, red brick element here, and separated by a glazed central area. So it's been designed to kind of look like 2 buildings but linked together to break up its overall mass. And you can see it drops down to 3 stories here, which is in line with the existing 3-storey building on New Road. And I've included this little photograph here just to show that existing relationship. Then just wanted to show the image looking as coming down New Road, much of that side elevation would be obscured by existing buildings, so you would see the edge of the building as shown in this image here. In terms of floor plans, just to go in a bit more detail, you would have the 2 retail units on the ground floor, one which would have its frontage on the corner, kind of like the existing one. The other one would have its frontage off New Road, and the entrance to the flats would then be from New Road through a central lobby and staircase. There's also a rear access which already exists, which would lead to the rear courtyard where they can access bin storage and the cycle storage as well. On the first floor, you would then have 4 flats, all of them 1 bedroom, and they all meet the required space standards. It is noted in the report that a couple of the flats do have their windows facing north, but this is not considered to be such a harmful issue. They would still have light and a good level of outlook across there, so it's considered to be acceptable. And then the upper 2 floors, you'd have a further 4 flats on the second floor, and 3 flats on the top floor within the setback roof. There's a flat roof element here, and you'll see condition 13 restricts the use of that, so it wouldn't be a balcony. It's just a simple flat roof. And then I just had to include an image showing the relationship with the property to the south. You can see here's the application site here, and then the property to the south is here. So there would be, there's no denying there would be a lot more bulk to the north of this property, but it already has a very restricted outlook and light from the existing building. And so it's not considered that this being to the north would cause a harmful impact in terms of light to any residential windows there to the south. And then all of the windows shown there on the southern elevation are proposed to be obscure glazed, which is condition 5 set out on page 41 of the agenda. So the relationship with the neighbouring properties is considered to be acceptable. So the application has been recommended for permission, subject to mitigating the impact on the soil and special protection areas through a legal agreement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. I would now like to move to questions from members, which will be directed to the planning officer. So, members, have we got any questions at all on the chat at all? It's a bit quiet. Yes, we have got one. Councillor Matthew Atkins, please. You have a question, please.
Thank you, Chair. In the report, it looks to me like the Highways officer has recommended refusal here for lack of parking. Would you just like to speak to that and why you don't think that that's a sufficient reason to refuse this application?
Rebecca, would you like to answer Councillor Atkins?
Yes, thank you. You'll see the highways engineer, you see in paragraphs 3.1 to goes on to 3.15, but you'll see he raised first lot of comments. They were then updated slightly to clarify his concerns. It's similar to the debate we had on a previous item. This site is in an area which the parking standards don't automatically allow a reduction in parking standards. So officially this scheme would have required 12 spaces in accordance with adopted parking standards. What we have done in our report, our assessment of the scheme, is balance all of these matters together with housing land supply provision and looking at the accessible location of the site. So it's on the Kingston Road, which is a main road, a strategic route. It has high frequency bus services. It's relatively close to Fratton Station and has bus links to those stations and the city centre. So we have looked at all these matters, weighed them up and made a balanced planning decision that for 11 one-bedroom flats in this location, a scheme without parking is acceptable.
Thank you very much.
Can I just
yes, back to you,
follow
Councillor.
up quickly?
Yes.
The report then makes reference to car parks, I think, on Hanway. Did it say Hanway Road, something like that? But it says those are not relevant because they're not council operated. As they currently stand, how far are they from the property, and how much available space would there likely be in them? I am slightly concerned about the possibility of people, residents in the building, stopping their cars even temporarily on the Kingston Road, which, as you said, is a key route, has bus lanes. Would obviously be illegal behaviour, but I am slightly concerned about the highway's impact if it's a long way from anywhere that the residents can reasonably stop cars into this property, which to my mind it probably is on the corner of New Road and Kingston Road.
Rebecca?
Thank you. I've just put the Google image back up there. The car parks they're referring to, I've kind of cut them off a bit with this plan here, but they're all the way along here. So here's the application site, opposite side of Kingston Road, and to the rear of all those properties, there's a whole series of car parks that goes even further north. The applicants you'll see in paragraph 5.40 of the report, they did do a parking survey and they determined that overnight and evenings, which was the highways engineer's main concerns, there was up to 40 spaces available in those car parks, which are currently unrestricted. So there is a debate to say how much we can take account of those car parks, but currently they are unrestricted, they are there, the spaces are there. So the applicant felt it reasonable to make the point that there were spaces available. So that's gone into our kind of balanced judgment. But the main point is it's in an accessible location and it's considered to be an appropriate place to encourage a car-free development.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Councillor Atkins, did you want to go back onto that with another question or the same one?
One final point.
Yes.
At present, we've only rated the city centre, as it says in the report, as a place where we would routinely expect or routinely accept developments without parking. Is the Kingston Road an area which, as a result of allowing applications like this, we might start to routinely accept no parking? Because I do recall we recently, in the last planning committee, we allowed an application which had managed to provide parking provision using one of those car parks, I think. And is that something going forward that if we start to decide applications around here as not needing parking, that's going to become almost like policy by default, if you see what I mean?
Rebecca?
I'm going to defer to Ian Maguire because he has an answer to that. Thank you.
Okay, we'll hand over to Ian.
Thank you, members. We are currently reviewing the Council's SPD on parking in combination with the Council's parking strategy, and that will be hopefully coming forward for further public consultation, subject to member approval later this summer and autumn. And certainly in line with the overall aspirations of the Council, there is a much larger area where we are anticipating lower and zero parking requirements coming forward. I'd have to dig out the last draft to see if it comes all the way up here, but that is the direction of travel for policy. When it comes to setting precedent, i.e. do individual decisions create this? Planning, by definition, is not a precedent-led system, and consequently it would be, as always, an individual assessment. As Rebecca has said, in this individual case, we've looked at the nature of the units being created and the proximity of public parking availability, and we feel in the round it is acceptable. That may not be true for different sorts of flats or different sorts of locations, even in the same immediate locality.
Thank you, Ian.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Atkins, okay. Members, I'm still on questions. I don't. Councillor Leahan wants to do a comment, but I just want to double check to make sure that all questions have been asked before we move on. Okay, so No, okay. So we're going to move on now to members' comments, please. And the first person to comment is Councillor Lee Hunt. Councillor Hunt, please.
Yeah, thank you. Grateful to Councillor Atkins for raising the point about car parking. But as ever, the officers are always circumspect about these things. And as you can see from the bird's eye view, Councillor Atkins and everyone, I mean, it literally is just a walk across the road up that little Buckland Street, and you're there. There's ample car parking there. We've heard the officers say that there was 40 spaces, and I'm frequently up and down there. When I was a policeman there, I used to be in the car park all the time, catching little buggers stealing petrol, but they don't do that nowadays. But there you are. So there is a lot of car parking there. It goes all the way along Handway Road, right up to almost up to Kingston Crescent. Not quite that far, but there's a lot of parking there, and it's free, and we've kept it free. So you've got to take that into account when considering this application. And it's a corner application. It's providing decent accommodation. I can't see any reason to refuse it. Unlike the last time, it's not affected by noise or smells or anything like that. So yes, I'm going to move the officer's recommendation, Mr. McGuire.
Good. That's good news. Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Matthew Atkins, please. You wanted a comment, please.
Yes, I'm actually happy to second Councillor Hunt's proposal for accepting the officer's recommendation. I did want to interrogate the parking situation a bit, because obviously we don't want it to become impossible in this area as it is in some areas in the city, but I do see the justification in this individual case. I also think that it's in line, and I'm pleased to see the development.
Sorry, you've gone off there, Councillor. Hello? Can you come back? Sorry, can you
and
just
also
go back?
introducing...
Sorry, Councillor, could you just go back on what you've just said, because we lost you for a few seconds. Sorry.
Sorry, yeah. I was just saying that the development is very in line with our aspirations for the Kingston Road area, because it brings new residents who will help revitalise that shopping district. So I'm happy to second the officer's
report. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. I've got a note of that. Councillor Luke Stubbs, on behalf of Councillor Terry Norton here. Councillor Luke Stubbs, I take it you wanted to make a comment, please. Councillor Stubbs.
Yeah, just one sort of brief thing really, which is something which was discussed in the briefing meeting for this as well, and it is about the presence of retail units on the ground floor. Now, I'm not suggesting that's a reason for refusal, by the way, because the policy says that, and for exactly the same reasons in the debate we had on the previous item about parking, if an application comes in line with policy, it has to be approved. But logically, creating additional retail spaces in the current environment doesn't really make sense. It's noticeable that there's a unit 3 doors down, which is already in residential use. And I'm saying this really just just for the benefit of the applicant, if the applicant is watching this, or for anyone considering an application nearby, that I and perhaps other members of the planning committee will be, quite sort of pragmatic about applications which don't strictly follow policy in regards to creating retail units in areas like this, where we know in the future the number of shops is going to come right down no matter what we do. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, again, apologies.
Yeah, that's okay, Councillor Luke Stubbs. I'm very honoured. Thank you very much. Councillor Claire Oodie, please. You've got a comment. Councillor Oodie.
Hello, just a comment leading on to Councillor Stubbs' comment there. I respectfully disagree with everything that he says there. North End, apart from the recent closure of Ross Records, I'm thinking about that area. You've got good takeaways there. You've got Webbs's, the florist, which everyone in Portsmouth knows, has been there for decades. You've got really good ethnic businesses there too. I would argue that it's quite quite a good cultural hub, and it would be offering maybe cheaper retail spaces for more smaller independent business to be in, rather than bigger retail business, because pretty much every business down that road is, apart from the Tesco's, pretty much every business down that road is independent. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Udy. I'm not sure if anybody would want to second that yet. No one seems to be jumping in. But anyway, we're still on comments at the moment, members. Any members wish to do any more comments, please? Okay. So, sorry, did someone speak? No? Okay then. So I have a motion on the table, and it's proposed by Councillor Lee Hunt that planning permission in accordance with the officer's recommendations, subject to any amendments. The motion that we've just talked about was seconded by Councillor Matthew Atkins. I would just check if the planning officer has any additional comments before we go to the vote. Could the proposer and seconder confirm that they are content with if there are any changes to the motion suggested by the officer? So I will now go to the officer just to see if there is anything they want to add before we go to the vote.
I have no further comments to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think we've got that correct. So I'm now going to go to each member to ask about your voting again. So that's what's in front of us. It's for permission. So I call upon Judith Smythe. Please indicate if you are for or against the motion, or do you wish to abstain?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Matthew Atkins, for or against or abstain?
In support, for.
Okay. If you members could just use either for, against or abstain, please, because that's where we all get mixed up. Councillor Atwell, please indicate if you are against the motion, or you wish to support it, or you wish to abstain.
For, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Lee Hunt, please would you indicate you for or against it, or you wish to abstain?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Donna Jones, please indicate if you're for or against the motion, or you wish to abstain.
For.
Thank you. Terry Norton, Councillor Terry Norton, please indicate if you're for or against the motion, or you wish to abstain.
For.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Luke Stubbs, please indicate if you're for or against the motion, or you wish to abstain.
For.
Thank you very much. Councillor Claire Udy, please indicate if you are for or against the motion, or you wish to abstain.
For.
Okay. I will now cast my own vote, and my vote will be for the permission. I'll now ask the Democratic Service Officer to confirm if the motion was carried or not. I think this is a pretty easy one, but I'll hand over to her.
Thank you, Chair. That was unanimous. Planning permission has been approved.
So, okay, so the motion, so that has been approved. Thank you very much, members. So we now speedily move on to the next application, which is the former Longdean Lodge site in Hilsey Road. So I'm going to hand over to the planning officer, Gary. Please, would you like to introduce this application? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to share my screen with you. While I'm doing that, I'll just draw your attention to the supplementary matters sheet, which just draws your attention to one further letter of objection received from the resident of an adjoining property at number 17 Tintern Close. So this Portsmouth City Council application relates to an area of land. Sorry, let me just get the pointer. Just to the north of Hillesley Road in Paulsgrove. You have the M275 motorway in here, and Tintern Close to the rear of the site. It was formerly occupied as a care home known as Longdean Lodge, which was demolished in 2015. Just a closer look at the site, you can just see that what remains is the verdant character and the concrete floor plates of the previous building at the site. Just some photographs of what's left. The surrounding area characterised by a mix of two-storey terraced houses and small blocks of three-storey flats. The site is separated on all sides by, on 3 sides by public footpath. You can just see running along the side of Tintern Close, and there's an access road to the east. The proposal is for the construction of a Part 3, Part 4 storey building to provide 13 supported living flats within Class C2 for up to 28 individuals, with staff and communal facilities and associated landscaping. This would allow for individuals with physical and or learning difficulties to live semi-independent lifestyles, but with the support of staff based on site. The proposed building has been positioned centrally and orientated north-south to provide greater separation from the neighbours to the east and the west, and to provide all residents with a view towards Portsdown Hill and or over landscape grounds towards the Solent. It's a little bit difficult to try and get all of the floor plans onto one slide, so I'm not expecting you to see all the detail from this, but just gives an indication that there's a lower ground floor, which is a single unit, the ground floor, which includes central communal areas and the access, the first floor, again similar layout with communal and staff facilities centrally and repeated on the top floor. Just a closer look at some of the units, fully accessible by wheelchairs. The ground floor, or the upper ground floor, including the communal areas in the entrance, and moving up through the building, a mix of 1-bedroom flats and shared 4-bedroom flats to provide that independent living. So just moving on to the elevations, this is the northern elevation of the building. This is just a zoomed in image of the street scene image that is provided above. Design is a modern take of the blocks of flats in the area and split into these individual gables to try and provide a more domestic feel. The southern elevation onto Hillesley Road, which I will come back to a little bit later on in the presentation, and again an indication of how that would sit within the street scene. This is the proposed east elevation, and you will note from this that there's a significant change in levels, approximately 5 metres north to south across the site. Brick detailing, high quality materials, tiles, and going back to a previous comment, the solar panels fully incorporated onto all of the roof slopes. And this is the western elevation of the building, and just a section just giving an indication of the full height nature of all the windows to make sure that everyone residing within the building has good access to light and outlook. This is a visual of the building. Again, modern take, slightly larger scale than the existing blocks of flats that front onto Hillesley Road. And this is the image just from the southwest. Overall, the design is considered to be of a high quality with the use of appropriate high quality materials and represent a positive redevelopment of this site. Some concerns have been raised in respect to the southern elevation, and it's been suggested that it requires more articulation and enlivenment. This is proposed through a planning condition that you will see in your committee reports, and following publication the applicant has provided some sketch drawings just demonstrated how this could be achieved. We will look to achieve that through the planning conditions. The proposal does largely follow the footprint of the previous buildings on the site, but just as the nature of trying to achieve the level of development required to provide these homes, there is a requirement to remove 12 trees at the site. The application is supported by an arboricultural assessment, which has been considered and accepted by the Planning Services Arboricultural Officer. There will be 20 replacement trees, largely around the outside of the site as mitigation. There's also a planning condition to seek the full details of the landscaping. This one just showing the previous and the proposed footprints. And having regard to the proposed building and the degree of separation, the landscaping features, it's not considered that the proposal would have any significant adverse impact on the amenity of neighbouring occupiers. So the proposal is for 13 specifically designed units of accommodation for up to 28 individuals with physical or learning difficulties, allowing them to live in semi-independent lifestyles, but with the security of staff based on the site. This would make an extremely positive contribution to the very specific housing need within the city. Therefore, the proposal comes with a recommendation of conditional permission with delegated authority to the Assistant Director of Planning and Economic Growth to address the outstanding matters in respect of SPA mitigation. There are no deputations with this application, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you again, Gary, for that marvellous presentation. Okay, then, so we'll now move over to questions from members, which will be directed, obviously, to the planning officer. So, members, are there any questions at all? I can only see comment up at the moment by Councillor Lee Hunt. Just like to ask it again, just to make sure. Members, any questions to the planning officer, please? No. Okay, then.
Yes.
A question we're after.
A question.
Yes. Councillor Judith Smythe, question, please, to the officer.
Could the planning officer confirm that there are no deputations? Because there is one on supplementary matters. There's a comment, I think. Were you not there on the supplementary matters list? There is a comment about the bulk of the building.
Gary, would you like to answer that?
Is that correct, or have I misread it?
There is an item on the supplementary matters list. It's not a formal written deputation.
Okay.
It was an objection that was received late in the application process.
Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to draw attention that we had noticed that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Gary, for clarifying that. So now, if there's no more questions from members, we're going to move on to comments then. So the first person I've got is Councillor Lee Hunt for a comment, please. Councillor Hunt.
Thanks, Chairman. Thanks to the planning officers too, and a very welcome application here to support people who to house people with supported living. I don't think the bulk of the building is too much. These are going to be very happy homes for people who are going to be able to live an independent life now. They're much needed, and I'm very happy to propose the officer's recommendations. The only reason I was going to ask a question is, in amongst all of the trees, and maybe somebody will comment along, you know, I'd like to see every application tell us about insect boxes and bird boxes and bat boxes, and like Councillor Lindstag, who I know will be pleased that we're putting in these solar panels, I will bang on about that all of the time, because that's what we're supposed to be doing. And I know we're supposed to, and we're greening up Portsmouth and we're getting on with it, but every single time I, as an individual, want to see bird boxes, bat boxes, insect boxes, so we can improve the flora and fauna of our city. And it seems to be there's ample opportunity here to do that. Thank you, members, for listening to me again. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. I think the officers have listened to what you've said about inviting wildlife in. So please, if the officers could have a little look at that, and their views later on would be great. But anyway, okay, thank you, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Donna Jones is next, please, for a comment. Councillor Donna Jones.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to second Councillor Hunt's proposal for the conditional permission as laid.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, sorry, could you repeat that, Councillor Jones? We did hear that you wanted to second that. That was fine, but I wanted to get any comment that you wanted. I didn't want to miss it. So any comments as well?
Okay, thank you. So yeah, I just think what I was going to say was, whilst the building is of a substantial bulk and mass, it is in an area of the city where there is high density of housing, so it's in keeping in the local area. I think the way that this has been stepped down owing to the gradient of the road, the hill slope on the road is also good, moving from 3 to 4 stories. And as Councillor Lee Hunt said, this is really very much needed supported living for some of the more vulnerable people that live within our community. So very happy to support this and very much welcome this application from the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor, for your for your comment there. Councillor Terry Norton, please. Councillor Norton, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. No, I was planning to second it, but that's already been done. I'll support this application. I think it looks good. I think the design is pleasing. The solar panels are welcoming, and it's a very much needed project in terms of moving on. I like it.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody else for any comment? I was just about to say the same. I think it's very in keeping, and yeah, and it's green as well, so that's good. Anything green for the city is marvellous as well. So that's my little comment. Nobody else want to comment then? So I'm going to say that we have a motion on the table, and that was proposed by Councillor Hunt that we grant permission in accordance with the officer's recommendations, and the motion was seconded by Councillor Donna Jones. I'll just check with the planning officers if they have any additional comments before we go to the vote. Any additional comments? No? Heads are saying no to me, so that's fine. So could the proposer and seconder confirm? I don't think with the no, you're more than happy with everything, the proposer and the seconder. I'm not hearing anything else. So I'll now go to the vote. Yeah, thank you very much. I'll now go to the vote. Obviously, I'll ask each member in turn if they're voting for or against the motion or they wish to abstain. And again, as I say, members, please, any one of those three comments will be great. So Councillor Judith Smythe, please. Are you for, against, or you wish to abstain?
For, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Matthew Atkins, for or against or abstain? For, okay. Councillor Atwell, please indicate for or against or abstain.
For, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Lee Hunt, are you for, against, or you wish to abstain?
For, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Councillor Donna Jones, you wish to be for or against, or you wish to abstain?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Terry Norton, please indicate for or against, or you wish to abstain?
For.
Thank you. Councillor Luke Stubbs, please indicate are you for or against it, or you wish to abstain?
For.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Claire Oudie, would you please indicate if you're for or against the motion, or you wish to abstain?
For.
Thank you very much. And obviously I'll cast my own vote, and it's very much a for against that application for me. I'll now hand over to the Democratic Services, but I think this is a pretty easy one. But schools on the doors, as they say. Sorry. What's the result?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, that was unanimously approved.
So the motion has been carried and planning permission has been granted. So thank you very much for that, members. So before we move on to the next item, as you all know, I've got some interests in both the applications coming up, and I'll be handing over to Deputy Chair, Councillor Judith Smythe. Can I thank you all, members, and thank the officers for all your hard work so far. And I now wish to leave the chair and hand over to my Deputy Chairman, Councillor Judith Smythe. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Chair, Councillor Fuller, and I hope you have a nice afternoon. It's usually our coming out tradition that we take a break every 2 hours, and seeing as Councillor Stubbs and I both need to sort out our chat functions, and I also see that we've had some help in from officers present who've seen our cries for help, we should be able to get that sorted out. I suggest that we adjourn until, what would you say, 10 past or quarter past?
10 past, 10 past, Madam.
Let's go 10 past, Chair.
I do need my RTS function to be able to read the meeting chat, or I can't order the intervention. So I'm not just making a fuss here. So 10 past, we'll reconvene.
How do you like to be called, Councillor Smythe? Madam Chair or Madam Chairperson or whatever?
You can call me anything that's polite and kind. So we'll adjourn then for 10 minutes, and if meanwhile I can get a bit of help to get my chat function working, that would be great.
Vice Chair, can we just ensure that members have turned their mics off for the adjournment? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, the meeting will continue to be live streamed, so we need to make sure that all the microphones are off. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Now, it appears that I still might have a problem with my chat function. If so, is it okay if I rely on you, somebody, Ian or somebody, to tell me who's next in the queue for RTS?
Of course.
Thank you so much. That's very helpful. So we're now moving on to going back to item number 3, which is the application for the conversion to a care home to 13 self-contained units at 187 Havant Road. Should I take a roll call before we start to make sure everybody's here?
Chair, I believe that's probably, as noting that Councillor Ludi has just given apologies for the record. It may be worthwhile just doing that roll call. Yeah.
Okay, so let me, I'm just going back to the notes on that. So could you confirm whether you're at the meeting or not? I'm here. Matthew Atkins?
Present, yes.
Chris Atwell?
Present, Chair.
Councillor Lee Hunt?
Present, Madam Chair.
Councillor Donna Jones?
Present.
Councillor Terry Norton?
Present, Chair.
Councillor Lynn Stagg has already gone, I think. Councillor Luke Stubbs?
Present.
And Claire Udy has already gone. Are we still a quorum then? Is there any problem with that? We're still quorum.
We're okay.
We're still quorum. Sorry.
Thank you very much.
Yes, you are. Yeah.
Thank you for that. So I'd like to start by asking officers to explain the scheme to us, please, and then we'll go to questions and comments in the normal way. So I would like to introduce
It's Rebecca Altman.
Rebecca Altman. Thank you very much indeed, Rebecca.
That's okay. Can everybody see my the presentation slides? Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. This application is for the conversion of a former care home on Havant Road in Drayton to accommodation called Move On Accommodation, which is for formerly homeless people. Before I go into the full presentation, as members will be aware, you will see on the supplementary matters document that there has been a substantial number of additional representations received over the last few days on this item. That totals 111 further representations. 105 of those are representations against the proposal and 6 of those were made in support. In terms of the issues against, you will see the long list set out in the supplementary matters. In terms of the main themes coming through, the concerns relate to whether this is an appropriate use for the location, being a residential area occupied mainly by sort of elderly residents and a lot of young families, concerns about disturbance and antisocial behaviour, concerns about lack of facilities and amenities for occupants there, and the safety of residents. As I said, there are a lot of issues raised there, but that's a sort of very basic summary. Conversely, in support, people have mentioned that this is a sort of much needed accommodation to help vulnerable people make the transition from homelessness. So I'm just going to present the case for you now. The application site lies on the north side of Havant Road, opposite some of the shops and services within the Havant Road local centre. So this is a building here. It's a 2-storey former care home. The care home has been vacant now for about 2 years. 2 properties immediately either side are residential properties, sort of traditional 2-storey residential properties. The site has a long rear garden similar to the others along this strip, and there's some residential properties to the rear of that garden, and also further to the east here to the rear of Abbey Way House. It's got some photographs there of the property as it exists. There's no proposal to change the external appearance of this building or really make any changes to the grounds. It's got existing vehicle access from Havant Road, leading to a driveway which leads up to a fairly small hard surfaced area which can accommodate around 3 cars parked in a row. You'll see on this photograph here some of the facilities that you've got in the Havant Road local centre. There's a variety of facilities, including pharmacy, beauty salons, hairdressers, shops, and some cafes. Just took some photographs to show the grounds of the site. So the first one at the top left is the rear garden. You see it's quite an extensive rear garden, fairly overgrown at the time of my site visit. The proposal would involve not a formal landscaping scheme, but ongoing garden maintenance would form part of the proposal. The boundaries have got a mixture of fencing and vegetation. The right-hand photo here shows the boundary with number 185 Havant Road, which you can see there. And then this photograph is looking from the rear garden back towards number 189 Havant Road, which has a lot more vegetation along the boundary. And then this photograph just shows the gap between the application site and number 189 Havant Road.
Can I just interrupt you a moment, Rebecca?
Certainly, yeah.
I just set the scene. I believe Terry Norton will be leaving the meeting or not participating in this one at the moment. Is that right?
That is right, Chair. Yeah, absolutely.
So are you going to be able to give a deputation or not?
My understanding is that if we consider it, then I'll be able to give a deputation. I obviously won't vote on it or talk on it. However, if that is not to be confirmed, then we may need to call an adjournment so I can challenge that.
And Jude, Councillor Smythe, under the legal process, because not everyone who wanted to have their deputation heard today is able to do that. I think it would be wrong of us to only hear a handful of deputations. I'll be making a proposal for an adjournment immediately after the officer's presentation has concluded in conjunction with the conversation we had before the planning committee started.
I'm concerned that having heard it, it might be more difficult for us to deal with that point than having not heard the full presentation from the planning officer. Could we have a legal view on that, please, Juliet?
Chair, Vice Chair, the planning officer is in the middle of her presentation, so we should continue and let her finish her presentation before we turn to members.
Yeah, I agree. I think that sounds sensible.
Then we'll do that. So sorry to interrupt you, Rebecca.
That's okay, thank you. Just to explain, this slide here just shows the site as existing. As I said, there's no proposals to change the external appearance of the building, and the layout of the grounds would stay the same. There's a significant tree on the Havant Road frontage, but that's outside of the application site, and all the trees and vegetation are proposed to be retained on site. In terms of the internal layout, as a former care home, there was a mixture of bedrooms, lounges and kitchens for the residents. The proposal would seek to do some minimal internal changes to knock through walls, etc., and to create on the ground floor a total of 6 flats, along with a utility laundry room for the residents and a staff office here. Then on the first floor there would be a further 7 flats, and again replacing bedrooms and lounge areas for the care home. There would be no new windows added, so all of the windows would be, as you see there, as existing. I took some photographs used from the windows to show the relationship with the neighbouring property. It's recognised that there is an existing relationship of overlooking from the windows of what was a care home to the neighbouring property. So this shows the relationship with number 185 Havant Road to the west. You'll see the windows in what is proposed to be flat 9 would provide views over the rear garden of that property, which was the same as the previous care home bedroom. The window to flat 8 on the side would look onto the side wall of that house. The views from the back windows again would provide oblique views towards the neighbouring properties, although to the east you can see that the views into the rear garden of that property is mostly obscured by the boundary vegetation. Then on the other side of the property, the relationship with number 189, here you see there are some existing windows here, which do provide a view to the rear garden. As it's set out in the report, that relationship, given it is an existing relationship, is not considered to result in additional harm to the amenities of the neighbours. The main issues that have come up relate to the size standards of the properties, parking and location. In terms of size standards, I would just explain that it's recognised that the flats would be lower than the standards set out in the National Space Standards. It's considered to be justified on the basis of the use proposed, which is a form of temporary accommodation which residents would occupy for up to 2 years, and that would be controlled by condition. And it's to assist them in moving on to more independent living. In terms of parking, I just have a plan which just shows how 3 cars can be accommodated on the site, because I think that was raised within a number of the representations. The recommendation that has been put forward is one of conditional permission, subject to securing the mitigation on the Solent Special Protection areas. So before I go on to any of the deputations, I will pass back to the Vice Chair, please. Thank you.
Judith, you're muted.
And for information, Councillor Jones has made a request to speak.
Thank you.
You are on mute again.
It's just okay.
We can hear you now.
Good. Okay. Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think there's been a bit of confusion over the last few days about deadlines and times for deputations to be made. I understand the officers, have a legal position, which I fully respect, that, there have been a small number of deputations that have been made within time, but also that there are a number of people who've wanted to make a deputation that have fallen out of time, as the planning officer, Rebecca, quite rightly said in her opening comments. I really do think that where you've got over 100, representations being made, which will not be considered today because the council's changed its standing orders because of the COVID situation, which is fully justifiable. But on that basis, Chair, I'd like to propose a deferral to the next committee, so that we are able to give those people that do wish their comments to be taken into consideration time to be able to get them in within the council standing order deadline. And so on that basis, I will be proposing a deferral in the interest of democracy.
And do you feel that if that we should go to a vote on that deferral before considering the application any further?
I do, Chair, actually, because I think that, I can only go by what I'm told, but what I've been told by some residents is that they feel that they did get their deputations in within time, and someone was given some information around Friday, someone was given some information around Monday. There's been some mixed messages. The leader of the council's been involved. The chairman, Councillor Fuller's been involved. As you know, we had a lengthy conversation about this before this meeting started, and on that basis, I think the council would actually be putting itself in a little bit of a position if we do continue on to questions and comments now, because we won't be taking it in the whole, because we will have a vast majority of those public comments absent from our consideration. So I do think the fairest thing to do is actually for us to defer at this point. Thank you.
So I'll take comments from other members on this particular proposal to defer, and I've got hands up from Councillor Atkins. Is it on the same matter?
It is, but with respect, Deputy Chair, Councillor Hunt was ahead of me. So if you want to go to Councillor Hunt first.
Right. If it's on the same matter, Councillor Hunt?
Yeah, indeed. I'd be very interested to, I heard the legal position earlier on, and I'm going to be very calm about this, everybody. So I heard the legal position earlier on, which was to hear all of the evidence, first of all, and then go, and I'm quite sympathetic to what you achieved today, and I wouldn't win a vote anyway, because it just wouldn't happen that way today. I'm hugely sympathetic to what you all want to achieve today. So I do think we need to go through the proper process as advised by the legal representative, which is to get to the end of this process today, and then have a vote in the completely usual way. Otherwise, the applicants, they're going to look at this and say, we've got a jaundiced view. Perhaps they might argue that, I don't know. So we should go all the way through. So I don't know why we're talking about this now when the officer was doing her introduction. We should have then gone to questions and on to comments, and this should be happening during that stage. So I'd like us to return to the process, Madam Chair.
I hear your view. Thank you very much. Matthew Atkins, have you a view to contribute?
Thank you. Yeah, I think the reason for stopping now is twofold, and I would second Councillor Jones's proposal on that one. I fully accept what Councillor Hunt is saying, but this is the point at which we would normally start to hear deputations. It's not, or perhaps we would hear deputations before the officer's report. No, they would normally be after. So this is the point at which we would normally be hearing deputations. And if the reason that we're deferring is solely because we believe there are more deputations that we should be hearing, at this point, and it's nothing to do with any of the planning matters on the application. If we start getting into questions and comments now, then we have already started to express our views before we defer it. Then our deferral will already have some level of predetermination from those councillors here attached to it, if you like, because we'll already have started to express our opinions on it. And if we want to defer purely for the reason that residents in the area, some of whom have submitted representations, should be heard, and we believe they should be heard because of the changes in deadline and confusion over COVID, then I do think there's a good argument for doing that now. A second point, and it's purely practical, is it seems a mistake at 4:30 in the afternoon to go through the process of what could be an hour or so of discussion and questions and comments and other deputations, only to then adjourn. I think we're wasting everybody's time if we do that, which I do think is a consideration when we are conducting meetings in a slightly difficult circumstance. I mean, as we can see on the meeting here, we have only now got six active members on the committee. I personally don't like using Zoom chat, Teams chat for these meetings at all, and so I think carrying on conducting this particular item of business is a mistake if the ultimate goal we're heading towards anyway is adjournment because we don't feel there is enough representations or enough members of the public have had a chance to have their representations heard. So I would second Councillor Jones's proposal to adjourn this item at this point.
I'd just like to ask any other members if they've got any views on this particular point, and then I will go to Juliet and Gil and ask for legal advice on it. Anybody else want to contribute?
Councillor Atwell has raised his hands, Madam.
Chris Atwell, please come in. Thank you.
If it's helpful, I mean, I agree with Councillor Jones and Councillor Atkins. I think it will waste everyone's time into discussing this for the next hour and leading to the inevitable.
Thank you very much. Just to say to members, I do have the chat function coming in at the moment, so a combination of that and hands will be useful. Juliet Gill, could I ask for your advice to us at this point? I have a good deal of sympathy with the logic of the proposal to defer because we don't want any sort of legal challenge from people who might have wanted to make representations and don't feel they can.
Thank you, Vice Chair. There appears to be some confusion over the advice that I gave. My advice was that the officer needed to do her presentation before members could make any proposals. So I shall let you continue.
Sorry, I wanted your advice on the position we would be in if we adjourned or deferred this because we are fearful of a challenge from deputies who might feel that they didn't have a chance to express their opinion and inform our decision.
Thank you, Vice Chair. The officers have considered all the representations that have come in since the close of deputations. So they will be set out, they will have been considered by the officer. In terms of what needs to happen is that the deputations must be registered prior to the publication of the agenda. So the council has carried out everything in accordance with the Standing Order 24. However, if obviously if members feel that due to the number and volume of comments that have come in that they wish to defer, that would enable then those people to make deputations prior to the publication of the next agenda. Okay.
What do members feel about that? Thank you, Juliet.
Judith, I've requested to speak again. You may not see it on the screen, but I thought I would just jump in and say if that's okay. I mean, on that point, and I don't want to shoot the messenger here because I'm almost certain this is not Juliet's fault at all whatsoever, and possibly it's our fault for passing something at council yesterday, which was a recommendation from cabinet, which was done via our chief executive's emergency powers. But how in God's name can a member of the public make a request to make a deputation on a public decision before they even know what's on the agenda? I mean, sorry, am I missing something here? But, you know, what are we expecting members of the public to be mind readers? I didn't even know what was coming onto the agenda, and I'm a member of the planning committee until I saw it published a week ago. So the members of the public are supposed to make a request to make a deputation on a unknown date, unknown time, with an unknown recommendation from the case officer, without having read the whole report. I mean, I'll take this up with the chief executive directly after this meeting, because clearly that's a completely incomprehensible position for this council to have, and clearly needs addressing immediately. And I will take it up with Gerald as well, because it's just ridiculous. But aside from that, thank you to Councillor Atwell and Councillor Atkins for their support of my proposal. And yes, Chair, my proposal still stands for the deferral at this point. I think it's the fairest thing to do in the interests of openness and democracy.
So I'm going to suggest that we take a vote on that proposal to defer on the grounds that we haven't got enough.
Hang on, I'm trying to get in and speak here. I don't know if you can't see what I'm saying.
No, I'm happy for you to speak. I just didn't see your hand up. Would you like to speak, Councillor Hunt?
Yeah. As I said before, I'm likely to go with what you want to do today. However, I am extremely concerned that we didn't hear all of the evidence and we haven't gone through this process in the normal way. I think that's quite an important thing to have done. Whether people think it wastes their time or not, it's a perception of what we're doing at the moment, so I'm really cautious about that. Secondly, I think the supplementary matters, the officers have gone through all of the representations, about 100 that have been made, and they've listed them out as they would do in the normal way. Some of the comments are relevant, some of them are very disappointing, if you ask me. And some of them are, quite shameful actually. But this city, it wants we come under pressure to house homeless people and to do all the things like that. And when a proposal comes along to want to house homeless people, we have come into this bit of a storm here. So it's disappointing to me, to say it mildly. But if in the interests of democracy and what everybody else wants to do to enable people to come along and make their representations, they're only going to have 12 minutes anyway. But I do note, I don't know if any of you have looked, but the original person who complained, Mr. Kay, has since died. So perhaps you haven't picked that up either. So it's only fair that all those people who want to have something to say now get the opportunity to do it. But the officers, like I say, have already reflected those representations in the supplementary matters, which I've read through. That's my bit, so I'll wait and see what the rest of you want to do and hear what everybody else has to say. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. I mean, I think it's because it's an important application, as indeed all applications are, and because we must make sure that we've done everything right in terms of inviting deputations, that I'm proposing that we move to a vote on whether we do defer now or whether we go on as you propose. And there are merits to both, but I think it's important that we make a decision as a group. So please could we just go through a voting process here. Are you happy with that, Juliet?
Yes, certainly. Just as a reminder that Councillor Norton declared a personal and prejudicial interest in this matter, so he should not be voting or participating in this matter at all.
Yes. So I'm going to call for a vote from. So for or against, it's for a deferral, against, in which case we'll go on with the business in the normal way. Matthew Atkins.
For, Chair.
Chris Atwell.
For, Chair.
Lee Hunt.
Abstain.
Okay. Councillor Donna Jones.
For.
And we haven't got Councillor Terry Norton is out of the room. Councillor Lynn Stagg is not here, and Councillor Luke Stubbs.
For.
And Claire Udy is out. So I don't need to operate my casting vote. Could you please count up the votes for us?
Thank you, Vice Chair. So we've got 4 votes in favour of deferral and one abstain.
3.
The
4. I can't read my own writing. Yeah.
And the grounds for that is that we want to be entirely sure that we've got the deputations that are appropriate and within our standing orders. Thank you very much. I'm going to then move on to the last item on the agenda, which is item thank you. Is the application for we've gone out of order with the agenda, so I'm just going down my
Forest Lodge.
Forest Lodge. Could I ask officers to present this application to us, please?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Let me just.
This is James Collins going to present to us this application.
James Cellini, sorry.
James Cellini.
Can you see the presentation okay?
Yes.
Okay. So the application's brought to committee due to the scale, the level of public interest and deputation request. The application is for a 3-storey, 66-bedroom care home for the elderly. The site's, associated works include a car park for 23 cars, bike storage, bin storage, closing of a link road forming access to the site, and removal of 14 protected trees and the existing buildings on the site to facilitate the development. The site's a half-hectare rectangular plot in the east of the city within the Milton ward. It's a separate parcel of land to the wider St James's Grade 2 listed building and site to the north, and it's surrounded on all sides by various roads. The main road, Loxway Road, to the south and across the frontage of the site. The driveway to the east is the historical main access to the St James's Hospital. The Solent Drive is to the west, and there's a link road between the Solent Drive and the driveway, which is one way. Residential terraced housing is located to the south and west of the site. The St James's site and the cricket ground lie to the north. The St James's Public Park to the east, with a new residential estate, and the Portsmouth campus further beyond that. And there's a traditional flint cottage called West Lodge just to the west of the site, on the opposite side of Solent Drive. So this shows a clear aerial view of the site. There's an existing 2-storey, mid to late 50s brick building and garden relatively centrally within the plot. The remainder of the site's green and verdant. The trees are protected by virtue of a group tree protection order. And you can see the 4 roads a bit more clearly surrounding the site on all sides. Also the residential terraces to the south. This shows the submitted topographical survey and the current site prior to this application. So the main building, the minor outbuildings, the garden within this rectangle here are the main developed area of the site, and the buildings would be removed. The existing trees are currently shown in full as well. These are shown a bit better on this tree survey and removal plan. So the red denotes the trees that are proposed to be removed. There's 14 in total and a hedgerow. or one of those 14 is a small group as well. The removed trees are generally more central within the site, and the trees denoted in green are those to be retained. So that would be everything along the entire frontage and the entire rear and others within the site. No replanting schemes being specifically proposed at this stage, but this could obviously be secured by a condition. The tree officer raises no objection to removal of these trees, subject to securing replanting and preservation of the existing trees on the site. So this is a proposed site plan. Clearly it shows the building spanning much of the width of the site and comprises a chevron-shaped footprint with varying sections stepping back from a central part at the front, all of which is 3 stories in height. The main entrance and the front of the building would be located to the north, just here, with the rear of the building facing the frontage along Loxway Road to the south. Car parking area is also to the rear and to the north. Within that, there's a cycle store, a bin store, and the existing access, which is the current link road between the 2 roads, would be the main access to the car park and the only access to the site, with the remainder of this road closed off and landscaped. Amenity gardens, footpath and seating are on all other sides, with the main amenity area being to the frontage of the site or to the rear of the building. Brick walls and railings bound much of the rest of the site, including all the way along the length of Loxway Road, around the corners, and I believe those go into just railings and hedging behind. The siting, layout and building orientation is not considered to be appropriate by virtue of the development, resulting in inactive frontage along Loxway Road. Having the front of the building facing southwards towards Loxway Road and having a main entrance to both the site and the building also located to the rear or the south, and creating an opening within the southern hard boundary treatment. Oh, sorry. Yeah, let me go back to that. Yeah, so having the front of the building facing southwards towards Loxway Road, having a main entrance to both the site and the building also along the south, and creating an opening within the southern hard boundary treatment would be preferred, in addition to reconsidering the siting and layout to provide a better relationship with Loxway Road in particular. The floor plans are inverted but show the internal layout across the 3 floors. Facilities are good, with the inclusion of amenity areas such as dining rooms, cinema, hair salon, and little bars and tea rooms. These are focused within the centre and at the western end of the building, with the individual rooms throughout the wings. We're satisfied that the level of amenity for future occupiers is adequate. This just shows the 2nd floor, which basically mirrors the previous 2 floors below. Here we can see the northern elevation, which would be the main entrance and front elevation to the building, albeit it is situated to the rear of the site. The eastern elevation is shown below. As you can see, the building would be entirely 3 stories high, with a maximum ridge height of 12.8 metres and an eaves height of 8.1 metres. The eastern elevation illustrates the stepping back, the stepping down, and the variety of roof slopes. The numerous slight variations in height, the numerous building lines of individual sections, and the varying roof forms are considered to be convoluted and confusing, particularly when viewed from the sides of the site. The continuous expanse of 3 stories across the site is deemed to be somewhat imposing and incongruous, also appearing as bulky and cramped. The top image shows the southern elevation fronting Loxway Road, albeit this would be the rear elevation functionally. The low image is the western side elevation. The same issues remain with regards to the deemed excessive scale, bulk and massing throughout, but this elevation is more prominent within the surrounding area and street scene along Loxway Road. The western elevation is similarly cramped and convoluted. Since submission, the applicant has revised the finish and materials of the elevation, adding some elements of stonework, particularly along the central area, and some coins. Also adding a small canopy along the rear central doorway to the building, and adding some sort of gable eaves features throughout the elevations as well. However, these amendments are not considered to address the main issues outlined to the applicant, specifically the overall design and rationale, the siting and layout, the scale and massing, and the relationship with Loxway Road frontage and surrounding area. The next slides show visual perspectives of the building and the site. The top image shows the southern elevation front on. The bottom image shows the same elevation when viewed from the southwest corner looking along Loxway Road. As you can see, buildings on the opposite side of Loxway Road are 2 stories in height, generally rendered and brick terrace houses. Just out of picture, but on the opposite side of Solent Drive is the single-storey brick, flint and stone cottage with slate roof. The proposed materials of the development appear to mirror those of the 2-storey housing opposite, rather than taking into account the historic flint cottage immediately to the west, or taking into account the Grade 2 listed 3-storey St James's building to the north. This results in a relatively bland and generic appearance of lower quality materials, failing to respond positively or assimilate with the surrounding buildings, and does not create a well-designed landmark building or focal point as suggested. It's also worth pointing out that the design review panel considered the scheme and shared the council's concerns, stating that the scheme responds poorly to the site, would have a negative impact on the 2-storey Loxway Road, and should be broken down and pulled apart to be more appropriate. The council's former design and heritage officer had similar views when meeting the applicant on site. The importance of high quality design at this site is even greater given its prominent location and the site essentially forming a gateway to the listed St James's buildings beyond to the north. Here are some additional perspectives. This is also the south elevation of the site, so fronting Loxway Road. Here we have the western part of it, and at the bottom we have the eastern part of it. This is the perspective from the entrance to the site along Solent Drive. So again, you can see the building stepping back and meandering to the main entrance and protruding canopy feature and balcony. This shows the perspectives from a slightly different imagery. So again, this is the north or rear elevation of the site. It's pretty well screened and there's limited views from the rear. The eastern elevation again is shown at the bottom. Here's the same imagery for the front of the site along Loxway Road. So again, there's intermittent mature trees and the views of the building are obscured, but there are relatively open areas and much of the building, especially above the first floor, would be quite prominent within the street scene. Below is the same imagery for the western elevation. These 3 photos clearly illustrate the materials of the surrounding buildings around the site. So the top left shows the predominantly rendered and further along brick and rendered terraced housing. The bottom left shows the historic flint cottage immediately to the west. And the right-hand photo is the main St James's listed building to the north. Here's just another street view image of the existing frontage of the site along Loxway Road. So the only access into the site from this elevation is this sort of 1 metre wide pedestrian gate, which is essentially proposed to be retained, but that would be the only front entrance to the site as it stands at the moment. Here are another couple of vantage points from Stowe Road, looking at the southwestern corner of the site again. So there you can see the existing building that's sort of relatively centrally within the site. And this is a bit further up Loxway Road, looking at the eastern part of the site where there's nothing at the moment, but quite a bit of vegetation. Here's another image of the northwestern corner, the access road from Solent Drive. So basically the western part is relatively undeveloped at the moment. This part behind here is where the existing building and garden is, and then the rest of the site beyond. And here's another view of the site from the southwestern corner, which is relatively open, as you can see. Looking at the other side, this is the eastern part of the site. So relatively open in terms of no boundary treatments, but quite a bit of vegetation pretty soon after you get into the site. Here's a bit further up the driveway, looking back towards the northeastern corner of the site, which again is pretty open. With regards to the other assessment areas, the principle of a care home development and the site use is accepted and indeed supported by the council. The site is allocated for such use within the emerging Milton Neighbourhood Plan, and the last known use of the site was as a 5-person care home. There's not deemed to be any significant neighbouring amenity concerns. The building is far enough away from neighbours, and any noise activities or the commercial elements, etc., can be controlled through appropriate conditions such as management plans, construction plans, and hours, etc. The scheme has been amended to provide parking provision in accordance with the Council's highways engineer, based on the evidence submitted and what they suggested would be an appropriate requirement. No other highway safety or transport network concerns have been raised by the Council's highways engineer. The development would result in the loss of 40 protected trees. Although this is regrettable, it is viewed as necessary to facilitate an appropriate development, whether it's this development or something similar. Replanting can be secured on at least a one-to-one basis to mitigate the loss. These can also be in more appropriate locations and more appropriate in terms of their species. The tree officer raised no objection, subject to replanting and preserving the remaining trees. One slight concern was raised with regards to the scale of the footprint on the site, and it might not be possible to secure adequate replanting. But again, that's more of a design issue and a scale issue rather than a tree issue. No significant issues with regards to the on-site ecology or flood risk and drainage. The site's of HUD 1, it's the area at least risk, and appropriate ecology surveys have been carried out. In terms of the wider ecological matters, the site is within close proximity to the sole and special protection areas. New residential development, including care homes, are required to mitigate against their impacts on the SPA in terms of both the recreational disturbance and the additional nutrient output. No formal SPA mitigation statement or strategy has been put forward. However, the applicant has only recently confirmed via email that they do not consider the development would increase the recreational disturbance due to the nature of the care home, and thus shouldn't be required to provide a contribution to the bird aware scheme. They've also confirmed recently that they would be willing and seeking to use the Council's nitrates mitigation scheme through purchasing of credits. An appropriate assessment has therefore been carried out by the Council on this basis and sent to Natural England for their review. As it stands, Natural England has not confirmed they are agreeable to this assessment or happy with the mitigation proposed. And until this has occurred, a lack of SPA mitigation and subsequent impact on the SPA remains the reason for refusal. Officers therefore recommend refusal on the grounds of poor design, excessive scale, massing, inappropriate siting and layout, poor relationship with frontages and street scene, and the detrimental impact on the character of the area. The lack of SPA mitigation and subsequent SPA impacts is the second reason for refusal. Thank you. Just coming on to a couple of supplementary matters. The agent did clarify the other day that they would be willing to provide solar panels should that be required, and they're also looking into other water and energy efficiency measures such as a ground source heat pump and installations. The agent and the Royal Navy Benevolent Trust have suggested that a video be viewed during this committee, but that wasn't possible. So instead, this was sent round to members, and it was mentioned that that could be viewed online as well. A number of late deputations have been received. These have been included instead as further representations and sent round to councillors in full. I understand Councillor Smith is reading an objection deputation from the Milton Neighbourhood Planning Forum. So once that's happened, I'll read out the remaining representations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we may also have Councillor Sanders to do a deputation as well. But if you could proceed with reading out those deputations, then I'll be very grateful.
Okay. Do you want me to do my two first and then the remaining two by councillors?
Yes, if you do that, then we'll go to the deputations by the two councillors.
Okay.
Please.
The first deputation is from the Royal Navy Benevolent Trust. Thank you for the opportunity to present a deputation in favour of the application. The applicant, L&T Care Developments, will be addressing the technical building aspects, so this deputation is focused on the need for development, particularly its role in the care for elderly naval veterans, and a positive contribution to provision of adult residential care in Portsmouth. RNBT is the largest naval benevolence charity and is based here in Portsmouth. We deliver both individual financial grants and direct care via our existing care home in Gillingham, Kent, and an almshouse in Essex. We are highly experienced in delivering quality care, evidenced by our most recent Regulatory Care Quality Commission inspection, where the care was rated good in all 5 key lines of inquiry. Our published strategy to 2035 includes the aim to provide more care places, residential, nursing and dementia, where most needed, and concluded that we should build care homes for naval veterans in Portsmouth and Plymouth. Our NBT took professional advice concerning the size and location of our care homes from Carterwood, who advised that 60 to 70 beds is the ideal compromise to ensure operational viability in either Portsmouth or Plymouth. So this is the scale of development we require for our project to deliver a purpose-built residential facility for naval veterans. This advice centred on the increasing standards of care expected from care homes, particularly to meet continuing medical care and dementia needs, with scope to respond to future changes. The trustees prefer that their first new care home should be built in Portsmouth, and this centenary care home project would be the centrepiece of celebrations of 100 years since our Royal Charter was granted in 1922. We investigated 30 locations in the broad Portsmouth area before concluding that the Loxway Road site was the best. We began detailed negotiations with LNT and, as part of our due diligence process, visited care homes built or under construction by them to a similar internal layout in Andover, York, Telford, Ely and Bury St Edmunds, as well as other care homes. LNT's background as both a care home developer and operator, together with our experience of their existing homes, convinces that their proposed design enables state-of-the-art care at a quality level appropriate to our veterans who have served their country in peace and war. The internal layout supports effective care while allowing a very good quality of life for residents and safe working environment for staff. And the three-storey design is essential in providing contiguous areas of sufficient volume effectively to deliver care which is born out of our experience during the current COVID crisis. RNBT commissioned a further feasibility study once the proposed site had been down-selected, this time by NCF Consult, which noted that there is very much a need for more nursing and nursing dementia beds within the target area. The report also commented favourably on the selected size of the care home, noting that the proposed new care home is of an optimum size, 66 beds, and has the scale and flexibility to flex as the shape of demand changes in the future, and that the home would be the only one of this optimum size within the target area. The Royal Navy, as you would expect, is fully supportive of our plans. In a letter written appropriately on Trafalgar Day last year, the First Sea Lord, Admiral Radakin, said, "I'm delighted to hear of the Trust's decision to provide a further care home, and gladder still that it will be in Portsmouth. If this planning application is approved, RNBT will purchase the land from NHS England, providing a much-needed injection of funding at this time of massive stretch on NHS resources. The project is shovel-ready, with both developer and client ready to start the construction phase of this most important project. We very much hope that our patron, His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales, will open the home." In summary, the current application fully satisfies the national need for quality care provision and provides a much needed addition to the availability and quantity of nursing and nursing dementia care places in Portsmouth. As such, it would add much needed care capacity, particularly for dementia care, would be a fillip to the city of Portsmouth at this difficult time and demonstrate practical commitment to the Armed Forces Covenant. If you grant planning permission for this application, NLT Developments will build the home for RNBT and we will commission it as our flagship centenary project. It will provide the best possible standard of residential nursing and dementia care in a naval home from home for naval veterans in Portsmouth, the home of the Royal Navy. We therefore ask the Planning Committee to approve this application. The second deputation I have is from the agent on behalf of the applicant. This application is made by LNT Care Developments, specialist developers of care facilities for older people, for delivery to the Royal Navy Benevolent Trust as their centenary year project. The care home is intended for occupation by naval veterans and will generate between 50 to 60 new jobs. Almost all technical issues have been satisfactorily resolved, including a commitment to purchase credits through the Council's interim nutrient neutrality strategy to the value of £110,000. As such, there is no case for refusal of the proposed development in respect of this issue. The determining issues relate to more subjective matters of design, scale, layout and character. The proposed development scheme has evolved, taking into account the established character of the area, dominated by continuous traditional terrace blocks built almost to the back of footpath. The verdant character of the site has been very much acknowledged, with every effort having been made to retain as many trees as possible, particularly those to the site's frontage and perimeter. It is the applicant's view that the site is most closely related to Loxway Road and physically distinct from the wider St James's Hospital site, thus validating the design approach. We propose a block of development reflective of the terrace blocks of the immediate area, but with a contemporary twist. It's in its canted floor plan and form. This approach evolved as a consequence of the need to retain access of the otherwise unused Solent Drive, the desire to retain the character of the site and frontage trees, and to deliver an attractive, usable, south-facing aspect and amenity space. A three-storey building of modern proportions is necessary in order to achieve a viable quantum of development capable of meeting all modern standards and expectations in the delivery of social care. The application site is capable of absorbing this level of development, set well back from the established site frontage, behind a series of mature trees and within a spacious landscape setting. As such, it would not appear excessive in height, scale or massing within its immediate context. An active frontage would be provided by a building occupied on a 24/7 basis, with most of its usable amenity space intended towards the site's frontage. The built form is very much deliberate and intended to be reflective of the built form characteristics of the immediate area, overlooking the street scene from principal day spaces, and ensuring a residential environment that would be included and integrated with the immediate street scene and local community. Ensuring an active frontage is about very much more than providing access and parking within frontage areas that would increase risk to the retention of important trees. Force all usable amenity space to north and lose a swathe of on-street parking that is at a premium in this area, as speculatively suggested in the critique of the proposed site design and layout as the alternative within the committee report. Safe and amenable access is proposed via Solent Drive, ensuring purpose and maintenance of this private road into a mature landscaped courtyard, providing adequate parking and access into the building and a safe and secure community within the site. Aspects out to the north, over the adjacent cricket ground, are attractive but less active from an inclusive design perspective, compensated for by the activity planned and designed to be generated in this area as a consequence of the proposed layout. Existing boundary treatments and the established character of the site frontage are to be retained. Open metal railings are proposed to either flank boundaries. Additional trees and hedgerow planting can be accommodated or not, dependent upon what level of visibility into and out of the site is desirable. It is not intended that boundary treatments be visually impregnable to ensure that development can be integrated with the adjacent street scene and community activity. The proposed development would have an impact, but limited as a possible consequence of the proposed site design, layout and character. The development is that of residential care home for older people and intended to provide contemporary accommodation for naval veterans within a location that has a tradition of delivering healthcare services. The scale of development is necessary in order to deliver a suitably viable social care facility, and great care and understanding of the important development matters, planning issues and site characteristics has been applied throughout the applicant's planning and design approach. It is the view of the applicants that there is a finely balanced decision to be made by the planning committee. The proposal has taken all reasonable care to take important sites factors into account, and the proposal offers many very favourable factors and planning benefits, and has agreed a nutrient-neutral solution. The applicants therefore respectfully request that the proposal is approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to invite Councillor Jeanette Smith to present her deputation. If you could keep that to 6 minutes, which is the normal, that would be very gratefully received. Jeanette,
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The Milton Neighbourhood Planning Forum objects to the planning application to develop the Forest Lodge site for a 66-bed care home. This development is not sustainable development within the meaning of paragraph 11 of the NPPF, and nor does it meet the objectives of the 2018 UK government's 25-year environment plan. It fails to consider the connection between developing on a green plot and climate change when compromises the council's aims of achieving a zero carbon emissions target for 2030. It dismisses the loss of 13 individual trees, a group of 3, all subject to tree preservation orders, and as a hedge by implying their lack of visibility from Loxway Road is a justification. TPOs are imposed with the intention of protecting the visual amenity and the character of the area, and not to be felled for a development that's avoidable. This development is avoidable. A lack of visibility from the highway is irrelevant to habitat significance and their contribution to absorbing excessive carbon emissions from the atmosphere. It superficially claims the development creates a landmark building when in reality it is a stereotypical off-the-shelf design seen all across the country. This design fails to reflect any of the character of the hospital or the setting of the adjacent curtilage listed Flint Cottage known as West Lodge. These are indeed landmark buildings. They include architectural features pleasing to the eye. This one could only encourage looking the other way. The scale and massing proposed in this application is totally inappropriate. It is disproportionate to the size of the plot, and the applicant's claim the loss of the mature trees can be mitigated by the planting of replacements is pure fiction. It is physically impossibility because there is far too little space. The objective of the 25-year Environment Plan of 2018 is to recover nature and manage land sustainably. This proposal cannot possibly assist in the achievement of that goal. This use is far better provided for by reusing existing buildings in St James's Hospital. The pair of Edwardian villas, Fair Oak House and the beaches would be ideal buildings for this type of use, as that's a continuation similar to the original proposal providing an economic future. These are both landmark buildings in the ordinary meaning of the term. As such, they would be far closer compliance with PCS 23 on design and conservation and Historic England's objective to retain beneficial uses for heritage buildings. The reuse of existing buildings on the hospital site, whether it be in the villas or the vacant Grade 2 listed hospital, is also a far more environmentally sustainable solution because it utilises the embedded carbon therein. The 2005 Sustainability Strategy and the 25-year Environment Plan are intended to be applied government-wide, both nationally and locally. The failure by the NHS Property Services to master plan their own exit from a nationally protected Grade 2 hospital site is not remedied by piecemeal, uncoordinated and fragmented disposal of a plot of land for a building like this. The disposal process of the NHS's main interest in the hospital is underway, and it is premature to grant consent for this proposal when sustainable opportunities to accommodate that demand exist elsewhere on the hospital estate. The purpose behind policy STJ1 in the emerging Milton Neighbourhood Forum Plan is to preserve and enhance nationally important historic buildings, preserve and enhance green spaces, and to achieve sustainable development consistent with the Portsmouth Plan and the MPPF. Sustainable development means meeting the needs of the existing generation without compromising the ability of future ones to meet theirs. The existing needs for a care home can be achieved on the hospital site, whereas the future needs of the residents, bereft of anywhere near the sufficiency and quality of green spaces in this city, will be lost forever should the consent be granted. This application should be refused as contradictory to all the aims of long-term sustainable development objectives, the MPPF and the wider objectives of the Portsmouth Plan. And that was written on behalf of Rod Bailey, Chair, Milton Neighbourhood Planning Forum. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we have another deputation from Councillor Darren Sanders. Is he on?
Yes, I am, Judith. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Try and keep it to 6 minutes if you can. That would be great. No, we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Welcome to Microsoft Teams. Thank you, Judith, and thank you, James, for the presentation. Just a small thing, in the interest of transparency, I chair the Langston Harbour Board, which is a statutory consultee in this project, but their thoughts were given before I became chairman. So I want to read out the deputation from my constituent Viola Langley of Revenge Close. She says the proposed development is not considered to be acceptable in terms of its design, scale, siting, layout or relationship with the surrounding area, and has not appropriately mitigated against impacts to the special protection areas arising from residential development. The contribution to Portsmouth's housing land supply is a significant material planning consideration, but in this instance is not deemed to outweigh the harmful effects of the site's poor design and subsequent impact on local character. As such, I consider the presumption in favour of development set out in paragraph 11 of the NPPF is outweighed. It then follows that the thus far lack of mitigation for effects on the SPA must also result in a reason for refusal. The Portsmouth Plan Policy MT3 does allow a reuse of the hospital grounds for residential care, but it does not allow a development of this kind because of the poor design, massing and degradation of green space and biodiversity. MT3 was drafted before the MPPF and the presumption in favour of sustainable development therein, which in any case is disapplied anywhere on Portsea Island because of the SPA's requirement to mitigate harm. In other words, MT3 predated the significance of the Langstone Harbour Special Protection Area in relation to the EU Habitats Directive, and the applicant is unable to show he can mitigate the effects. I believe that in terms of climate change, we must do everything we can to oppose this development. I hope in the meeting it will be understood how important the most important issue of our time, climate change, which may have been pushed aside by COVID, cannot be afforded. I also want to use the rest of my time to also make some observations, if I may. Normally, Kimberly Barrett of Keep Milton Green would make a deputation about anything Milton, but she's at a funeral this afternoon, so she sends her apologies. I want to come back to some of the climate change issues that are in here, that were raised. Any development like this needs to have more trees than it did when it started. That's not clear from this development. It must run to the most important environmental enhancements. We passed a motion yesterday to say that all new buildings should operate to the highest environmental standards. We've had some of that in the developer's application today, but it's not in the report. And that to me is frustrating, especially if they're going to do something that they weren't going to do in the report. You've just deferred an application because you didn't have all the information. I think that there is not all the information in here. With regards to some of the design, I would argue that the design is actually very similar to care homes in the area, such as Somerson Lodge. And those of us who are old enough to remember the various applications for Kingston Prison will also remember the somewhat blocky nature of the new build applications and the fact that they also were taller than the houses opposite. That got a recommendation to approve, not refuse. So I think that I also want to stress the importance of the paragraphs 5.2 and 5.3, which do relate to the housing land supply. That is really important. This is a type of accommodation that is needed in this city. And it will free up other buildings so we don't have to develop more. And I also want to refer to paragraph 5.35 in it, which says that the officers say that if it was cited back a bit further, then there may be an opportunity to actually have a development on this particular site. But that there actually, according to the report, has not been a discussion with the applicant. So I think on those bases, I want to make a suggestion to the committee, which is something I've done previously as a ward councillor on a flat in Tangier Road and as a committee member on the PAL Europe building down in Portsea, both on grounds when there were design issues. And that is to defer consideration of this until the next available meeting so that some of the issues can be thrashed out, particularly with regards to making the development as green as possible, and also particularly with regards to what is raised in 5.35 of the development. The impression may be given that Milton is united against this development. That's not true. If you look at the number of responses, 14 is about a tenth of what you would normally get from anything involving St James's Hospital. I know after discussions with the Neighbourhood Planning Forum, the local community newspaper or Facebook group Keep Milton Green ran a poll of this, and for the first time ever, the poll ran 5-1 in favour of supporting the development, albeit with the large caveat that there need to be more trees at the end than there are at the start. So Milton is divided. There is a way, I think, to unite it, which also can make sure that we meet the housing needs, meet environmental enhancements, and try and deal with many of the issues that officers have raised around design, and that is to do what you've just done to the Havant Road development, and that is defer it until the next meeting so that more discussions can be made. Judith, thank you very much for your indulgence.
Thank you. Are there any more deputations that we have from anybody that we need to hear?
Madam Chairman, no, that is all the deputations that we've received. There were, as James mentioned, a number of additional written representations that came in off the deputation deadline. They've been provided to members in writing, along with the supplementary matters, but that is all the deputations for this item.
Thank you very much. We're now going to move to questions, and as Councillor Fuller did, I want to stress that this is about questions, which will then be answered by officers. about the development. And please put your hands up, and I will take a note of who put their hands up first or second. I've got Councillor Hunt first, Councillor Jones.
And Councillor Atkins has put something in the chat. There we go.
I can't see the chat, but Atkins, yes, thank you. Okay, we'll take Councillor Hunt, Jones and Atkins in that order to start with.
Yeah, Chair. First of all, sorry, I forgot that you couldn't see the chat earlier on, and when I said I wanted to speak, and I was relying on that, so sorry about that.
No problem. I'm relying on it too.
Yeah, sorry. What I want to know from Mr. Maguire is it's not a statement, Chair. Mr. Maguire, Councillor Sanders makes quite a compelling case for deferral. The officers make a very compelling case for refusal. I've looked at all the evidence, I've looked at all the videos and everything. Can you tell me, or advise me please, what would be the difference? What would be the advantage of deferring over refusing, or are they the same thing really and truly? Would it spike any negotiations you might have with RNBT subsequently or their agents? That's the question.
Thank you.
Certainly, just to clarify what paragraph 5.35 is stating, it is not that negotiations have not occurred. There's been extensive negotiations with the council explaining to the applicant how we feel they can overcome these concerns for design, and we've now reached the impasse where they are no longer willing to make any further changes. They feel their design is good enough for your approval. Officers' advice is it's not. Consequently, a deferral for design purposes would be to be blunt, not of great use, and certainly wouldn't come back to the next committee because that would only give us 2 or 3 working days to actually do anything. We've got to get the things drafted up, etc. So all of the opportunities for making alterations have occurred. We've had this application for some time. We've done a lot of negotiation. Some changes have occurred. This is as far as they're willing to go to amend the design. So it now falls to you as the committee to decide, is there a good enough design and you can approve it, or the design not good enough and therefore it should be refused. On top of that, as has been mentioned, there is also a fundamental problem that in any case the matter of appropriate assessment for habitats has not yet been resolved, which is the second reason for refusal. But from the design point of view, a deferral wouldn't take the step forwards because we've done that negotiation already, and this is the best the applicant is willing to do. So very quickly, Chair, so there's a danger we could chase this away altogether, is there?
Ian?
Is there, if you say, obviously, if you were to refuse it, that would that ends the matter. They have a right of appeal, or they can submit an alternative design. A deferral would effectively just kick it into the long grass because we've already reached the impasse, so they wouldn't actually that wouldn't be a step forward. They feel their scheme is good enough, as the agent's deputation stated. So they're inviting you to disagree with your officer's recommendation and approve it on the design grounds. That's your privilege to do so. The deferral, as I say, is just a holding pattern. Nothing would change in the scheme as submitted.
Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Chairman. I understand that the NHS property company made a submission on Monday, and they have contacted me to say that they had a receipt of that deputation at 5 p.m. on Monday from the council. But I'm just wondering whether why that hasn't been put forward. I mean, it was loaded at around the same time as the property, the Royal Naval Benevolent Trust one. I'm just wondering why it hasn't been read out as well today. They've contacted me to query that during this meeting.
If I may assist, Chairman. Yes, so the deadline had passed for Monday, so we have the 4 further written representations that all came in. I think all of them came in on Monday, and that was after the deadline. The Royal Naval Benevolent Trust came before the deadline. They made a deputation request at the appropriate time, and consequently that's the one that's been read out. Because there is confusion in this area, that's why we've attached the full version of it in the supplementary matters for you.
Right, Ian, can you just clarify what exact time the deadline is then, just so we know for the future?
So under the current supplementary standing orders, the deadline for requesting deputations is at the time of representation, so it's prior to the agenda being published. When people make their original representations, they can do so.
Well, that's not the case, is it? Because the agenda was published. The agenda was published
5 working days ago. Yeah.
Yeah, the agenda was published 5 working days ago, but the deadline was Monday. Today is Wednesday. So the deadline for publications is the deadline for request for a deputation is not before the publication of the item, because the item was published last week. So
the deadline for publications in accordance with the Supplementary Standing Order 24 is prior to the publication of the agenda. So if there's been some confusion around that.
So hang on a second. The ones that came in on the 22nd, the ones that came in on Monday to this week then were after the
deadline. Yes.
Right. So the property trust then did theirs on Monday morning. The NHS property company did theirs presumably some point Monday afternoon. But yet one was accepted and one wasn't. They were both submitted on the same day. So and they were both after publication of the item.
Yeah, so none of those that we've received on Monday have we read out today. The Royal Naval Benevolent Trust, the ones we received, they made their deputation requests previously. These are deputation requests that have come in on Monday with their deputations.
So just to clarify, sorry about this, Chair, I hope you don't mind, just indulge me if you don't mind, just because I think it's useful for all of us as the members to understand, obviously, but also really importantly for people watching. People who wish to make a deputation for an item coming before the planning committee have to make the request to make that deputation before the agenda has been published.
Yes, we are asking people that make representations to planning applications to make it clear in that representation. So in the first 3-4 weeks of the life of an application, that as well as objecting to the application, they also wish to make deputation in any future planning committee that might occur.
So we have basically taken a massive step back, councillors, in terms of the democratic engagement and the rights of the residents that we represent, because they now have to make a decision about whether they wish to make a deputation to us before they even know what the officer's recommendation is likely to be. Normally, it was midday the day before planning committee, and that gave them 5 or 6 days after the report had been published for them to read it, digest it, think about it and decide if they actually had a planning objection they wanted to raise or in fact come and support. So we're now asking residents to make a request to make a deputation before they even know what is likely to happen on that item. I am absolutely flabbergasted that this is our current position, and I will be doing everything within my power to get this changed, to take it back to how it used to be. I do not see why any member of the public of this city should be detrimented in such a way because of COVID-19. It's already bad enough that they have to watch meetings online because we're not able to use a huge, great big room like the council chamber for 10 of us to sit in and adequately social distance with a more than a 2-metre gap. Now we're also curtailing their right to be able to address us directly with their thoughts. This is an absolute disgrace. I am appalled at this planning committee. I had no idea that was the case. I thought it was Monday lunchtime this week that the deadline was, and I assumed that this one from the property, the NHS property company, had come in Monday afternoon, which was after a midday deadline. When in fact it's not. It was weeks before the application had even been put onto an agenda and a date published. Absolutely disgraceful.
Does that, is there a question you want to add to that in any way, or?
Well, I mean, Ian's answered my questions in terms of when the deadline was. Sorry about that, Chair. I did go off and give a speech after that. I apologise, but it's just so frustrated with what's going on at the moment in terms of the public just being detrimented. It's just not on, and it's got to stop.
Next one then is Councillor Atkins. Can you turn on your?
Yeah, sorry. A number of questions, so I hope you don't mind if I ask a few in a row. I kind of wanted to start with this, and most of them are about the issue of design, because it appears that design is the kind of key thing. Because if we did approve, we could attach a planning condition, I think, to address the solvent nitrates issues we do with most applications. So in terms of the active frontage issue seems to be something which is disputed between the applicant and the planning officer. Why is it felt that an active frontage is of importance in this location, and why is it that you would want the entrance to the building on Loxway Road, which to me seems more intrusive on Loxway Road rather than having it round the back? So could you just explain this idea of active frontage to me a little bit more, and why it's seen as important in this particular location?
Yes, I'll respond to that, if that's okay. So essentially, the most prominent view of the site is from along Loxway Road, which we're considering to be the frontage of the site as is at the moment. You've also got the West Lodge traditional Flint building in that location on the opposite side of Solent Drive as well. So there is a relationship along the frontage. You've also got the site being the gateway to the historical access up to the St James's Hospital. So there's a number of reasons then. It's also in a really prominent location. And at the moment, all you've got is a hard boundary going along the massive length of the site with actually nothing much going on there at the moment. So we're just considering it to be a bit of a missed opportunity in terms of integrating better into the street scene and providing a better designed and better appearing development that has a better relationship with the surrounding roads, particularly Loxway Road. Also, coming back to your SPA comment, the Natural England haven't agreed that what they're proposing is acceptable, so I don't consider we can put a condition on it. It's not a straightforward mitigation proposal like some applications, because they're proposing no contribution to the bird aware scheme because they consider that the development wouldn't have an impact. So we definitely need Natural England's view and sign off on that element. And then secondary, they're proposing a slight reduction in the fee of the nitrates contribution, given that there was a 5-bed care home on the site previously. So it's not just a straightforward Natural England will sign off saying they're happy. It is something that we've put forward as a case to Natural England on behalf of the applicant, and we really need their opinion and their view on it, and for them to say they're happy with the mitigation proposed.
Okay, sorry, I hope the other members don't mind me carrying on with my series of questions and asking follow-ups. But if someone wants to interrupt me, I'll happy to go back behind them and ask more later. So to follow up straight immediately on that SPA one, does that mean that we can't, if we did come to a conclusion that we were minded to give permission, we can't resolve the nitrates issue on this application?
I mean, that's my view, but I'll allow legal to provide a more comprehensive view on that.
Do we want to have some legal advice on that, Juliet?
I'm just coming.
Thank you.
Members, paragraph 177 of the MPPF states the presumption in favour of sustainable development does not apply when a plan or project is likely to have a significant effect on the habitat site, either alone or in combination with other projects, unless an appropriate assessment has concluded that the plan or project will not adversely affect the integrity of the habitat site. So the MPPF basically says where we haven't been able to assess that likely significant impact, we should refuse the application.
Thank you.
If I may assist members, just to be absolutely clear though, it's not that the assessment has been concluded and we're unable to ever grant it. It's simply this is information that the applicant provided last Monday. We've obviously put it together, made a submission to Natural England, and we have, again, it's a regulatory requirement that we consult them on appropriate assessments. So we've done that. It's with them, and in due course they will reply, and hopefully we'll come back with a positive response to that, or indeed some positive steps we can take forward to resolve a positive assessment. But at this stage, we're not able to resolve a positive assessment.
Do you want me to do mine first? Or do you...
I have got Councillor Scott Pater Harris next, but do you want to go next, Councillor Jones?
It's Councillor Luke Stubbs. Scott Pater Harris is not in the meeting.
Right.
But I can go next if it's all right, because it's following on from my previous point, if that's okay. So it might be relevant, Chair.
I had Councillor, he's under my thing.
Terry Norton?
I think it's me, you mean, Chair.
Yeah. I'm so sorry, it's gone under the little...
Don't worry.
No problem, I'm happy to give way for Councillor Jones.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I am deeply, deeply concerned about the legalities of the whole of this afternoon.
It's question time at the moment.
This is a legal importance, Chair, and it's a question for Ian and also for Juliet. And I need to refer to a document which I'm going to send you in a moment, if that's okay. I'll forward it to the whole committee. I've got a letter here that was sent from the planning officer, James Hill, who is the technical validation officer. It was sent to Nicola Booth at the NHS Property Services on the 17th of July, so last Friday. it talks about the fact it makes the NHS property company aware that the the application is going to planning committee on Wednesday, the 22nd of July at 2 p.m. I'm then going to read to you paragraph 2. You are welcome to watch the virtual meeting online. With respect to your deputation request, we wish to retain the deputation system but have needed to amend it because of the continued need for social distancing. Instead of public speaking at the committee room, there will be an exchange of written representations prior to the committee meeting. This is to minimise the risk of disenfranchising those without the necessary equipment or skills to take part virtually and removes the risks of technical failure from third-party equipment. Your original representations are summarised in the report that the Planning Committee will consider. However, should you wish to participate in the deputation process, you may do so via written representations. You must submit no more than 800 words to the following email address no later than Monday, the 20th of July to planning.reps@portsmouthcc.gov.uk. If you miss this deadline, any late comments received will not be included in the process. Any comments you do make in time will be forwarded to the applicant for their right of reply the following day, also in writing and with your comments, and they will be circulated to members of the committee prior to the meeting. So I have it here in black and white. That's the whole, and then it says yours sincerely, James. So I have it here that it says very clearly in bold, Monday, the 20th of July to planning.reps@portsmouthcc.gov.uk. Now, bearing in mind that's come from the technical validation officer, I'm assuming that is a pretty standard letter that's gone out to all of the applicants, or all of the people that had previously made submissions on applications coming before us today. It appears to me that the planning officers don't seem to know what the deadlines are, what the standing orders are, what the hell is going on, and I'm really concerned about the legalities. And as it happens, we've passed applications this afternoon. We have deferred one, but we've passed applications. And on that basis, I'm pretty sure that those applicants are not going to want to object to that. But there could be people out there who wanted to make objections, who weren't able to be heard, who may now challenge the validity of the decisions that we've taken because our own planning officers have not been able to get their house in order. So I think that this is a real big concern for me. The last planning committee wasn't a great success. This planning committee has proven to now be what is becoming an embarrassment for the council, because it seems like between the officers, they don't know when our deadline is, and they're saying that people have to make deadline requests prior to the agenda being published. And yet here we have it from James Hill, technical validation officer of Portsmouth City Council, saying deadline is Monday the 20th of July in bold to the planning reps email address. Disgraceful. What would the solicitor say about that?
Madam Chairman, I can answer that for you. While Councillor Jones was making her statement, I've had an opportunity to discuss.
We can't hear you, Ian.
My hardware is failing on me. Apologies. Quick opportunity to discuss the matter with officers to establish what has occurred, and what we can identify is that a small number of letters was unfortunately erroneously sent out advising that there was available deputations to people that had not properly registered. That is a human error by the council, which of course they unreservedly apologise for. To resolve those issues, it is those letters that we have added as additional written representations in full, included with the supplementary matters, and asked members to read those prior to coming into this meeting. This is of course open to councillors to ask officers to read them out as part of this meeting, or indeed for an adjournment for you to read those yourselves. Those are the additional letters that were, as I say, with apologies, erroneously advised that there was a deputation issue. We're not satisfied that the process
is going on.
But unfortunately, human error does occur, and in this case, an officer sent out a number of invitations for deputations that were not in accordance with standing orders.
This is not human error. This is a form of trying to sanitise meetings. Why would we not allow people to make a deputation request after the agenda and the officer's report has been published? How do you know if you want to object to something if you don't even know what the officer's recommendation is going to be? I mean, it's ridiculous. You know, I live next door to a proposed development. It's going to be really massive. I want to object to it. The planning officer supports what I say and says it should be rejected. So why do I want to come along and object to that if the planning officer is already agreeing with me? I mean, this is really, really ridiculous. I am definitely going to be requesting an urgent meeting with the chief executive and all the political leaders and the members of the planning committee, in particular the chair. This is a deep embarrassment for the council. I think we are in a really dodgy legal position at the moment.
if I hadn't have had this letter forwarded to me during this meeting, by the way, would any of us have even known this? It's wholly inadequate, and I strongly object to the fact that members of the public are not having their voices heard. We are democratically elected representatives. This is not a dictatorship.
We were sent some of the additional representations, and I was going to ask you all if you had a chance to read those as part of this debate. But first, if I could take Councillor Luke Stubbs, please.
Okay, thank you. I've got 3 different points, and they're not the procedural ones. They're planning points.
These are questions, are they?
They're questions, yeah.
Thank you.
So the first one is within the range of options that we had. We've heard some discussion. I mean, setting aside the whole design issue, we've heard some discussion about the environmental matters relating to this application. Now, we have seen in other applications, primarily relating to 106 contributions, where the officer's recommendation is to grant for us to give permission to the head of planning to grant planning consent subject to certain agreements being made which aren't made at the time of the committee meeting, and so that's usually the signing of a section 106 agreement to achieve some objective. So my question is that something along those lines an option that we have in respect of the Solent protection area to grant delegated authority to the head of planning to conclude negotiations with the applicant and Natural England or whoever it is to reach a mutually satisfactory conclusion? Is that something that will be in order, or is it not?
Chairman, to assist. In this case, we don't feel that is the appropriate route, because while we usually do that to sign the 106 agreement, which is effectively a technical drafting matter, what we actually have in this case is, and in those cases, we'll have completed the appropriate assessment. So we've all agreed with the statutory consultees and the applicant how we're going to resolve the matter. What we're delegating is the technical ink on paper signature and the final execution of the document. In this case, we don't yet know whether we have a successful mitigation strategy until we hear back from Natural England. So we don't feel it is an appropriate thing to delegate, and would stand as a reason for refusal at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Shall I ask my next one?
Yes, please do.
So we talked about the design, and to say that the design should somehow match, basically should either match Loxway Road, or be consistent with the rest of Loxway Road, be consistent with the main part of St James's, or be consistent with the Flint Cottage next to it. And then also that the most important elevation is with Loxway Road. So are you saying that that will be your preferred solution, to have I don't know if it would even be 2 stories or what, but a Victorian looking building similar, or late Victorian building similar to the rest of Loxway Road?
Thank you. I can answer that. Yeah, I mean, we've not explicitly or necessarily said that it has to be materials and appearance to match certain buildings around it, just that it has to take into account the character of the area and surrounding buildings in the design rationale and what they're producing. We've gone back to the agent on a number of issues and suggestions, although it's not the place of the council to design the scheme for them. We've suggested things such as breaking the building up so it's not one continuous form. We've suggested having some lower 2-story elements, or perhaps a 1-story element at the western side, so there's better height changes and coherence between both the West Lodge and the 2-story buildings on the other side, although we've acknowledged that there can be some potentially 3-story elements successfully incorporated as well. So we've put together a lot of recommendations, as has the design review panel, as has the previous design officer Ben Cracknell, who's left the council now, but they're not really willing to change the bulk of the scheme, other than just doing some minor elevational changes. So I'm not sure whether it's just that they're happy with this. I think they mentioned in their deputation that this is sort of the same building that's used elsewhere in the country, and that might be why they're a bit more unwilling to change the design or the scale, the massing significantly. But yeah, we've not said that it has to be a necessary stuff to the front, or it has to be a two-story Victorian building. We've just raised concerns and made a number of suggestions that could be taken into account, and it's really for the applicant to come back with a more successful scheme.
Okay, my final question is as a historic consent for a mixture of houses and flats. And I'm conscious that while that has long since expired, the direction of change in planning policy, both locally and nationally, is more sympathetic to development, not necessarily on design grounds, but certainly on the amount that you can put on any one given site. Is there anything you can tell us about the massing of that particular scheme, and does that have any bearing on what's in front of us today in terms of any established rights?
I certainly can. If I share the presentation with you again, I've put the previous scheme at the end of the slide. So let me just get that up for you.
Sorry, I must have missed that.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just going to replay the slide because I've put the previous scheme up at the end. So can you see it on the computer?
No.
No. Try again. Can you see now?
We code and it's gone again.
There we go. So yeah, this is the previous scheme. So it was for 8 houses here and then a block of flats here. It was all 2-story in height, I believe. But yeah, as you mentioned, this wasn't implemented and has since expired. Plus policies moved on significantly since then, so it's not really a material consideration in the bearing of this application. Coming to the uses of the site other than care homes, the emerging neighbourhood plan also supports residential development, care homes, health and community redevelopment. So there are a number of supported principles on the site, and both care homes and residential development seem to be both of them.
Thank you.
Let me unshare the presentation.
Members, I need some guidance from you. It seems to me that our previous discussion. Would you like to go first, then, Councillor Atkins?
I have more questions on the substantive application. If you want to make your point before I ask them, I'm quite happy to do that if it's more procedural. But I have quite a few more questions I'd like to ask about the
I'm not closing down. I mean, it seems to me we've got some of the same issues that we had with the last application, which is about whether or not deputies or people who wanted to make deputations would feel that they hadn't had the chance to do so in the same way as with the last application. Councillor Jones, you in the last item moved that we should defer.
No, I didn't.
No, on the last item, not on this one.
Sorry, apologies.
Yes. The recommendation before us, of course, is a different one. It's a refusal.
Excuse me, what's happening here today? Because we are bouncing around all over the place. We're not sticking to the normal process. Councillor Stubbs has recognised that. He's gone and asked questions. We're in a questions phase. Next, we need to go to comments, and then we can go to that. If there are problems afterwards, can we please go to the planning officer and sort them out afterwards? I've got a couple of queries around these sorts of things too, but can we please go through the proper process and stick to it and get through this item, please?
Well, right, okay.
I'd like to hear what you had to say, Chair.
Well, I was going to ask whether we were in danger of just going through the normal process when there would been a procedural decision we've made on the previous application based on people's uncertainty about deputations. But then Councillor Atkins came in with some other questions. I had assumed, because I hadn't seen any more signals, that we were in between the question phase of the meeting and the comment phase, and I thought it was appropriate to interject at that stage. So,
Chairman, I've seen the deputations. They might have come in late. I mean, I've seen one dated the 17th, and there are several which are undated from the Milton Neighbourhood Planning Forum. Probably read them too. I've seen one from the RNBT. and I've seen another one which was dated only yesterday. But the officers have sent us all those things, so I'm not really understanding what's happened, because I'm seeing all the evidence in the way that I would expect to see it, even if we were sat round the table. Late representations come in, and I have read them, and it looks like Councillor Jones is going to give me some more advice here. But I have read them all, and I think we should go through the normal process.
My first question to you all then is: have you all read all of those? Yes. Yeah, I have. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Chair. I am concerned about protecting Portsmouth City Council and all of us. This is a quasi-judicial committee, and it's about fairness, it's about transparency, it's about democracy, it's about the rules and procedure. So whether we've read them and had them sent to us or not is neither here nor there. The applicant or someone involved in this process is contacting me now during the meeting, somebody who works for the NHS, who I have contact with only professionally as a councillor. I do not know this person outside of being Councillor Donna Jones. I don't know her in a personal level at all. She has emailed me to my councillor email address objecting because they have not had their, so whether we've had it emailed to us or not, somebody who met the guidelines that were set to them, bearing in mind that this is a legal process that we are in, is objecting because they have not had their deputation read out. And that could have happened for a whole load of people, hundreds of people, over the applications that we've had today that have been denied their right to have their deputation read out because of a mix-up of human error. Okay, now these things do happen, but we have to now take the appropriate steps as a quasi-judicial committee to make sure that we are doing the right thing today. So they may well have been sent to us, we may well have read them, but the point is somebody is being detrimented by not having had their deputations read out. And I'm in the process of just emailing the Chief Executive about it now to request an urgent meeting for tomorrow.
Sorry? I've read the letter from the NHS. I don't understand.
Greatly, but the NHS want it read out publicly so that other people get to hear it too, so it has more weight put on it. So just because we've read it is neither here nor there. It's about the legal process and about fairness.
Vice Chairman, can I offer some assistance to
yes,
the committee
please, that would be helpful. And I want to take Councillor Matthew Atkins in a moment too.
So to be clear, so the previous item was one where we had a very large number of objections came through very late in the day, and members made a conscious choice to say, look, because of this groundswell of concern, we wish to defer it to create a new opportunity for deputation, a perfectly fair and reasonable democratic choice. This current circumstance is a fault by the planning authority in that a small numbers of letters were erroneously set out where they shouldn't be sent out. There was no right for deputation, and we've raised expectations of a small 4 individuals, including the NHS Prop Company, who have nevertheless written us a deputation letter. You have read those. We can, if we wish, read them out now. We have them. The case officer can read all of them out. That will be quite a lot of deputation for you, but they would have all had that opportunity, and thus we would resolve any concerns they've got. That's not a concern at all for us as officers. We can certainly read those out for you now, all 4 of the ones we've received. And with that, I can say with total confidence, there would be no one prejudiced in the matter, because we identified what the problem is. This expectation was raised that shouldn't have been raised. They did not have the right to speak under our supplementary standing orders, but nevertheless you can give them that right using your delegated authority as chairman, which is quite wide-ranging under those same supplementary orders, and Mr. Galini can read those out now for you should you wish to do so, to ensure that everyone has a chance that you've had as members to hear what they have said.
Thank you. That's extremely helpful. Can I ask members if they have read them or are satisfied with that, so we can give a public assurance of that's the case, or we can request for them to be read out, or some of them.
May I say something, Madam Chairman? Very sorry about this. We seem to be in a bit. They'd have only had 12 minutes anyway, and the objectors would have had people supporting would have had 12 minutes anyway. The officers, if they read this out, it will take about 20 minutes to half an hour. But anyway, I have read it.
Yeah,
I've read them all.
Can we all confirm that we have read it? We read those things. So we have given people the fair chance. So let me, if everybody's happy with that, Councillor Jones, are you content with that?
Shall I repeat what I said before? This is about the legal process. Whether we have read them or not is not the material point here for me. The material point is that people are exercising their right of citizens of Portsmouth to have their thoughts read publicly before determination. Yeah, not sent in on a piece of paper to be read out publicly. These are people that have a vested interest in this application, and yet, whether we've read them or not, what about the people that could be watching this meeting? They don't know what's necessarily been said if they haven't had a chance
to be advised by you and the majority of those present about reading them out or not. So maybe we need a vote about whether we have them read out or not read out. Is that the next step for us?
Vice Chair, could I just please come in, please?
Yes.
Those, the people that are wishing the right to speak did not have a legal right to speak. There was an error on our part, and we have accepted that there is a legitimate expectation that their deputations will be taken into account. The officer has set them out in the supplementary matters and has appended them to the supplementary matters. Members have had the opportunity to read them and have confirmed that they have read them. So there's nothing legally challenging that I can see.
James, are you sure about that, Juliet?
James has also offered to read those out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm willing to.
Sorry.
Is this about the same matter?
Chair, it is about the whole situation, really. This is incredibly shambolic, and I do call on members if I could, Chair, sorry. I call on all members of this committee to take control of this committee. How can we possibly expect the public to have any idea on how this runs if we are unsure ourselves? You know, be it treading through endless complicated kind of applications to try and find when they can or can't have their say. We must take control of this, and I think it's important that we get, you know, in terms of democracy, that we really, really do not fall into this position for a third meeting running. So we need to get this sorted before we adjourn. Sorry, it's just a good point to come in there, Chair.
I am proposing from the chair that we accept that we have read these things. We don't take further time reading them out because we've all read them and we have taken those deputations into account. We are therefore, I'm suggesting we move forward with further questions on the application itself and then a proposals and further comments. Matthew.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to propose that we read them out because that in this case we have a limited number. It is 4. Okay, it is a bit of a pain in the neck, but we could have them read out. That would resolve the issue in this particular case that that those have then been heard publicly, as any of those applicants may have wished, and then we can proceed with the assurance that they've had their public voice heard as they wish to. Okay. Perhaps they didn't originally have the legal right, but it would at least resolve that legitimate expectation.
Do we need to go to a proper vote on this, or can we do it by a show of hands now to do it a bit more quickly? The proposal would be that we don't read it out, or that we do read them out. How do you want to proceed? A proper formal vote? Let's do it quickly if we're going to do it.
May I?
Yeah.
All I can tell you is I have seen and heard all of the evidence and taken it into account in the proper way. I don't think it's a shambles today. It's being turned into a shambles, unfortunately. I'm sorry, guys, I disagree with you. I've seen and heard all the evidence in the proper way that I would usually hear things.
We understand your view and thank you for it.
Yeah, I support reading them out. Thank you.
How many people want to read it out? Just put your hands up. Okay. Could we please read them out then? We have 5 for reading it out. And
May I abstain in this absurd situation?
You can do what you like. Could we please read them out as quickly as
certainly, Chairman. Mr.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yeah, I'll start with the NHS Property Service deputation then. Forest Lodge, as part of the main St James's Hospital site, has recently been used to accommodate patients until it no longer met clinical requirements and standards. The services have been re-provided in better accommodation elsewhere in the local area. NHSPS continues to maintain and secure Forest Lodge alongside the main site at a cost of £1.6 million this year, revenue greatly needed to be spent on improvements to operational clinic buildings in the area and not supporting redundant facilities. The money that the NHS receives from the sale of this site is required to invest in facilities that serve the local population. We are delighted with the plan by the Royal Navy Benevolent Fund to care for veterans on this site, not least because there is a shortage of suitable accommodation in the area. Most importantly, however, such facilities would be specifically designed to the most up-to-date standards to provide veterans with the best possible environment. Currently, many are waiting in hospital beds or struggle with living in their own homes. This is an ideal location for residential extra care facilities. It's adjacent to the Solent NHS Trust services on the eastern area of the SGA St James's Hospital site, and also benefits from the parkland setting of the former St James's Hospital. We support this scheme, which will add to the health and care infrastructure of the city and will deliver wider benefits. These 66 beds will help free up other accommodation in the city and create new jobs. On their own, these are strong material considerations in favour of the scheme. We note that the case officers provided two reasons for refusal, one on design and one relating to the nitrates issue. The nitrates issue can be mitigated with a financial contribution which has been agreed. In relation to design, we would strongly encourage the committee to view the following link. Then it's a link to a YouTube video. The main issue that we would like to highlight is the design of the facility must meet strict regulatory requirements which impacts on layout. The design is important both inside and out, and in fact the internal environment is far more important for those being cared for and treated to enable occupants to be looked after with dignity and respect, as well as creating an environment that gives care and treatment easily tailored to meet their needs and preferences. The World Health Organization defined health as a state of physical, mental and social well-being, and it's not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. Facilities such as this provide a therapeutic environment in which the overall design of the building contributes to the process of healing and reduces the risk of healthcare-associated infections, rather than simply being a place where care and treatment takes place. The ability to look out across the cricket pitch and be surrounded by trees in a parkland setting adds to this therapeutic environment and reinforces why this part of the site is appropriate for this use. The planning and design process, therefore, needs to be correspondingly broad enough to include not only the issues surrounding the treatment of disease, but also the promotion of health and prevention of disease, essentially the creation of a safe and therapeutic care environment. The registration requirements are set out in the Care Quality Commission Regulations 2014 and include requirements relating to safety and suitability of premises, safety, availability and suitability of equipment, and cleanliness and infection control. The CQC is responsible for assessing whether all providers are meeting the registration requirements. Failure to comply with the CQC regulations is an offence, and under the Health and Social Care Act 2008, Regulations 2010. CQC has a wide range of enforcement powers that it can use if the provider is not compliant. LNT developments are therefore responding to these standards through the internal design of this facility to ensure appropriate functional and operational facility for veterans of this city. We would also like to highlight the following in response to the officer's report. The proposed building does not contain a business that requires road frontage. The frontage means that patients can see road activity. The wall on the road frontage is part of the listing of the main hospital, therefore an expanded entrance through it would not be encouraged. The active nursery referred to in the officer's report has been closed for 18 months and has relocated to a larger premises. In conclusion, the proposed facility must be designed in a way that reconciles the need for patient safety, be effective and efficient for the occupants, and creates a therapeutic environment. We therefore kindly request the committee seek to approve this application positively. Moving on to the second deputation, which is from Patrick Keefe, retired Commander of the Royal Navy. I commented in support of the application both as a local resident and, more particularly, as a naval veteran who is Chief Executive of a locally based ex-Armed Forces Sheltered Housing Association. All elderly naval residents of Portsmouth have a decreasing number of options once no longer capable of independent living. I have now read the Planning Committee report, so I appreciate the issues that have been accepted and the concerns that have led to the proposed rejection. LNT will need to address most of the latter issues directly, but I thought it was worth highlighting the following. There is a care crisis in this country. The scheme would therefore particularly support that aspect of the Armed Forces Covenant's commitment to naval veterans here in the acknowledged home of the Royal Navy. In Portsmouth, it is very difficult to find appropriate locations to build an affordable, viable care home. The main suggestions in the report would almost certainly increase the costs to an unaffordable degree and reduce the capacity to an unviable number for the charity to operate. Perhaps a balance needs to be struck between the concerns identified and Portsmouth's aspirations for how the building should ideally present. End of that one. The third deputation is from the Royal Navy Association. In my role as General Secretary of the Royal Navy Association, the largest international cohort of Royal Naval veterans, and having served 37 years in the senior service myself, I'm incredibly passionate about the collective care of our veteran community. Portsmouth is nationally recognised as the home of the Royal Navy, and indeed, almost every sailor, veteran or current serving will have sailed from the iconic Portsmouth Harbour at some time in their career for waters unknown. The Royal Navy Benevolent Trust's proposal of a specialist residential care facility would extend this notion to a literal home of the Royal Navy for those who are nearing the end of their personal voyage. My involvement in the Royal Navy Association allows me to cross paths with naval veterans of all ages, backgrounds and experiences. Many of those I have had the pleasure of meeting have quite incredible stories of unimaginable hardship faced throughout conflicts that most of us recognise as history, but are memories as clear as yesterday for these generations. These are the generations who stoically and uncomplainingly consider such hardships purely as their day job, tackling the tasks that needed to be done. Tasks that included knowingly sailing into potentially deadly enemy fire, time after time, pulling the bodies of their fellow shipmates and friends from the sea after their vessel had been lost to enemy attacks, or worse still, not being able to stop and rescue them because of a U-boat threat. It was an age where PTSD had not been invented, and instead folk were encouraged to pack up their troubles in their old kit bag and not to share the horrors they had experienced. These are the generations who need our continued unwavering support throughout their later days. At the very heart of the Royal Navy is its people, without whom our country would look vastly different. The Royal Navy remains a vital part of the city's economy, with sailors and their families from across the country calling this their home during and after their service, and naval tourists from far and wide flock into the city to experience its history and heritage. Reminders of such heritage litter the shores of Portsmouth, Hampshire and neighbouring West Sussex, with naval memorials of all shapes and sizes commemorating the bravery of soldiers and sailors in conflicts as far back as the 1500s. Despite having survived great hardships, our naval veterans are not immune to the beasts that are Alzheimer's and dementia, and with so many of us now living longer, thanks to the great advancement of medicine, this inevitably means many more of us are and will be susceptible to mental degradations. A unique specialist dementia care facility within our Portsmouth home would therefore greatly improve the lives of many of those in the veteran community, whilst giving comfort to families knowing that Uncle Albert is safe in the hands and receiving tailored care. Whilst Portsmouth City Council may have suggestions for alterations to the current design of the building, I hope you'll be able to agree that given the heritage and role of Portsmouth as the home of the Royal Navy, there exists a collective responsibility to care for our naval veterans until they cross the bar, and that PCC will lend their ultimate approval to the establishment of this important facility. On behalf of the Royal Navy Association and its 11,000 members, I would like to emphasise our support for the RNBT's planned residential care facility and commit to continuing this support as the project moves forward. Finally, a fourth deputation from the Agamemnon Housing Association, in particular their CEO Nigel Langhorne. As a provider of sheltered housing for veterans over 60 in the greater Portsmouth area, one of our biggest issues is being able to signpost our tenants to a more supportive setting where they become less able to stay in an independent living environment. We have many tenants with significant underlying health conditions, and with the appropriate external care providers, we try hard to cater for these people for as long as possible. However, there will inevitably come a time where our independent sheltered housing is no longer suitable for their needs and a more supportive situation is required. At this stage, we liaise with adult social services and assist in making the transition as seamless as possible. Our biggest concern, however, is the lack of capacity in the Portsmouth area. Of our 334 tenants, a good 5% should really be in a more supportive facility, but they remain with us because of the lack of suitable places elsewhere. This is particularly noticeable when our tenants begin to show signs of dementia and reduced cognitive ability. This is not ideal for them or their families and places elderly vulnerable people at greater risk. If the RNBT were allowed to go ahead with their development, then we would have a natural home for our more vulnerable tenants to be signposted to and could ensure a safe and timely transition for these people. This would have the added effect of reducing the pressure on adult social services when trying to place these people. There really is a need for this facility within Portsmouth, and we owe it to our veterans as supporters of the Armed Forces Covenant to ensure that suitable facilities are provided for them at their time of greatest need. Many thanks. And that's the end of the 4 additional deputations.
Thank you for your reading, James. What I'd like to do now is to go back to the few questions that I think we have remaining, which will not be about the deputations particularly, but about other matters. Councillor Matthew Atkins, thank you.
Thank you, and can I just second your comments, Chair, on thanking James for his excellent reading, extended reading there. In terms of the, I want to go back to this design and frontage idea. You mentioned, first of all, the Flint Lodge next door. It struck me that that's a building that would be quite hard to incorporate into the design of a care home. Were there particular features in mind you thought could have made the care home design more in keeping with that lodge? Because I did think that was quite a difficult requirement on the applicant.
Sure. As I said, we haven't specifically required that the care home needs to completely match or reflect the Flint Lodge adjacent to it, merely that it takes that into account in combination with the terrace housing to the south, the St James's hostel to the north, and the other site constraints, such as the many trees on the site and its multiple frontages. So yeah, we've not said that there needs to be a specific design requirement or that these materials need to be used, but that we are not happy with the current bland, lower quality design. We feel it hasn't responded well to the site itself and to the surrounding buildings and character of the area, and therefore would require a much higher quality design in such a sensitive location. So it's really for the applicant and the agent to come back with a much more suitable scheme, although we have signposted them to a number of specific concerns and possible suggestions of how that could be accommodated.
So was this more about shape and size, or is there a materials issue?
The primary concern is the scale, the massing, the continuous block, in combination with the design using slightly lower quality materials, and the overall design rationale that we feel isn't sort of fully justified and hasn't fully taken into account the constraints of the site and the character of the site and the surrounding area. So we've gone back and we've suggested more than just some elevational or detailing or material changes are required. There needs to be a rethink of the scheme from the very start to reflect better.
Okay. So, I mean, something obviously the applicant has come back in their deputation, and actually having had those other representations read out came through very clearly, is that this idea of having 3 continuous floors is actually seen as having a clinical and important purpose. Did you have that conversation with the applicant? I appreciate your perspective is more design, architecture, streetscape, but it seems like potentially their response by the sound of it was, well, we can't do that because actually clinically we need 3 continuous floors to provide the type of care that we wish to provide. Is that a correct assessment of how this discussion went?
There's not exactly been a specific discussion in terms of fully saying that the requirements for the internal and the scale outweighs the design or vice versa. Obviously, we completely acknowledge the care home requirements and the requirements of providing a care facility. And we're not saying that there can't be continuous floors. So we have suggested pulling apart the building so it's not all one continuous 3-story block. However, there could be 2-story link attachments with 3-story above in the next section. So there are ways of accommodating that whilst achieving better design.
These are perhaps now straying slightly more into comment, but my last thought on it, I suppose, was that my experience of care homes is they often look like this with my undergrads, particularly higher level care homes, because they need wide corridor access to communal spaces. So they're often a large central communal space, 2 large corridors leading down to the rooms, and that actually is not something they could easily break up without imposing a significant extra burden on care staff and on the residents, which makes it difficult. Is that something you considered, or that the applicant put to you, or is that really entirely outside of the remit, the discussion you were having with them?
Well, we've considered it generally, and we've outlined material considerations such as the provision of the care home, bedrooms, the creation of jobs, etc. But we don't consider that outweighs the poor design of the scheme.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? can I ask a question from the chair then? If we were to follow the officer's recommendation and
Chairman,
refuse,
apology to interrupt, but looking at the chat, I know Councillor Lee Hunt wished to ask a question, and it appears he may have fallen out of the conversation. So whether you wish to pause a moment to see if he can
Hunt,
reconnect.
I can't see you on the screen anymore, but if you would like to ask questions, then please do.
As I say, I think we may have lost him, so we may need just to pause and wait for him to try and reconnect before, so he doesn't miss any further part of the discussion.
And mine was a question rather than moving on to another part of section of the consideration. But
of course, obviously, he would not be here to hear the answer to that question. We're just trying to give him a call to see if we can establish whether we've lost him or just temporarily misplaced him.
We seem to have lost Councillor Jones as well.
I believe she's still on. Yes, yeah, just still on without a
I'm here, Judith.
Thank you. It's 6 o'clock. Would this be the time to have a 5-minute comfort break while we see if we can get Councillor Hunt back?
I think an adjournment to try and locate him is certainly appropriate.
And back in 5 minutes, just time for whatever you've got. 5 minutes. See you in 5 minutes, colleagues.
Thank you, Chair.
This is my email statement. Dear David, I would like to request an urgent meeting with you regarding the highly irregular and legally conflicting advice and processes being adopted by the Planning Committee.
If members could turn their microphones off during the adjournment, that would help. Thank you.
Councillor Hunt, are you back in the meeting?
Yes, Ian, I'm back now. I'm very sorry.
Apologies. We took a short adjournment to try and reconnect, so to give you the chance to reconnect. So we are commencing again in around 4 minutes.
Yeah, much obliged to you. Sorry about today.
So we just advised all members to just turn their microphones off during the adjournment, so we can carry on. So thank you very much, sir.
Very good.
Hello, Lee. Glad to see you back.
Thank you. Teams chucked me out or did something, goodness knows what.
Hello, Chris. Hello, Luke.
Just before we restart, this is my second planning committee. Both have been a bit of a white knuckle ride. Does it get easier?
Yes.
Okay.
But a lot of this stuff, Chris.
Yeah. Just to confirm, we are still being live broadcast. So just bear that in mind. Sorry.
Are we okay to start again? Are we all present?
Yes, I am, Chair. Yep.
Good. I can see everybody except Donna, and she's confirmed that she's here. So I don't think I need to take a roll call. Let's move on with the consideration of this application. And I think we're at the stage where we're going into we wanted to see if Councillor Hunt had any further questions.
Oh no, only a matter of process, but I'll take that up outside this meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, members, can we move on to the comments and discussion? And before we do that, I'd like to remind you that this is the recommendation that we have in front of us. The motion that we have in front of us is that we refuse the application on the grounds of design and the mitigation, and there are just the two reasons for refusal. And I assume, and this is by way of a question of clarification from lawyers, that if we did choose to follow the officer recommendation and refuse the application on these grounds, then it wouldn't stop the applicant coming back again with a different scheme on this. Is that right?
That is absolutely right. Of course, they would obviously just simply take the guidance of the reason for refusal to inform a future application, or indeed they have a right of appeal against the refusal.
Okay. I think as we have a recommendation for a proposal, it would be helpful to have that motion tabled at this stage. It's different for this from when you have an approval. Would I have a second?
Are we moving into comments first or not? Yes. Before we go to vote? We need to have comment.
Yes, we are moving into comments, but yes, we're moving into comments. But I just wanted to make sure that we had noted that the proposal was that we refuse the application, which is something we don't.
That's not the proposal. That's the officer's recommendation. We need to have comments first before we decide if we want to propose the officer's recommendation or propose something different, don't we?
Ian, have you got any comments on that?
Members, as we say, what we've done is we've amended standing orders through the chairman's discretion, Councillor Fuller's discretion at the beginning of this meeting, which Councillor Smythe, of course, has not rescinded quite sensibly. So you can debate the matter and have indeed commenced that debate without a motion, but it is open to you at any point to make a motion. So, Madam Vice Chair, if you wish to make a motion of the officer's recommendation as part of it, you have the right to do so, or you can continue with debate before the first motion is laid.
We'll continue with debate then. This is debate comments from everybody. Anybody want to speak? Okay, I will take Councillor Atkins and Councillor Atwell in that order, and others as they put their hands up. Councillor Atwell, go ahead. Sorry, Atkins, go ahead. You're under the bar again.
Thank you, Chair. I was looking over this application. I think it's a difficult and complicated one. I take on board a few things that the applicant has said, and I consider them quite important. That they reviewed a large number of sites around Portsmouth where they could site a care home of this nature, that the size was important to viability, and that the layout is partly, if not entirely, dictated by care needs and the best interests of the residents. And I do think those together form some quite exceptional circumstances. I think that we do have an obligation in this city to make sure that we provide and find sites that are suitable for naval veterans, which are going to provide them with the kind of amenity and the kind of care that they need and deserve for their years of service. Putting that all together, I think there need to be really exceptionally strong reasons to turn down an application that does its best and works hard to meet the standards of our planning policy. And while taking on board what the officers have said about design, to me, the design of this care home looks fairly similar to other care homes and isn't, to any degree, particularly exceptional. Within the design, it retains a large amount of the greenery, and there is no objection from the arboricultural officer. I'm sure that the applicant would be willing to work with officers to obtain the necessary biodiversity upgrades, because that will also be in the interest and the amenity of their residents. So I do think all of that should be resolvable. I also think the nitrates issue should be resolvable, provided Natural England provide an adequate assessment and provide a positive response if we were to use our nitrates mitigation strategy in this case, and they feel that that is adequate for mitigating any risks this causes to the protected areas. So all of those issues I do feel are resolved, and it really just comes to this question of how do we weigh the importance of providing the care home against the question of design. And for me, actually, in the end, I fall, I think, on the other side of the argument from the officers. I appreciate that the St James Hospital site is an important site, but St James's Hospital itself is quite some distance away. The argument that this is the entrance or gateway to St James's Hospital carries some weight, but it doesn't carry as much weight to me as if this was a next-door property. The next-door property that is present, the Flint Lodge property, is an important property, but is not as significant in my view. And also, if you look at the previous application, I appreciate it's not directly relevant and was under a previous planning regime. The massing, the size of the building being proposed by the care home is not that much more substantial than the various different individual elements of the residential scheme that was previously given permission. And given, I think, that there is a valid and sensible care argument for having a single continuous building, I think that some design latitude needs to be given to that, and that the idea of a continuous building, if that is the main objection, isn't enough for this committee to turn down such an important feature for the city and to abrogate our responsibility to veterans of the Royal Navy in this city. I think it's probably fair to say there are very few sites in the city that could accommodate a building of this nature, purpose-built to provide the best care for naval veterans. So actually, the ultimate conclusion I come to is that I would like to propose that conditional planning permission is granted in this case. And I would propose that with a number of recommendations and conditions, and I would like to delegate authority to the Assistant Director of Planning and Economic Growth to complete the necessary consultation process with Natural England, and then give planning permission for this design subject to the satisfactory completion of the consultation process and the obtaining of a satisfactory nitrate mitigation and SPA nitrate mitigation, SPA recreational impact mitigation conditions. I also think that we should therefore delegate authority to the Assistant Director of Planning and Economic Growth to amend any other conditions, add and amend any other conditions where necessary, and recommend that delegated authority be granted to the Assistant Director of Planning and Economic Growth to refuse planning permission if a legal agreement on those matters can't be satisfactorily completed within 3 months of this resolution. In terms of specific conditions, I think it should carry the usual time limit conditions, the usual plan number conditions, the contaminated land conditions, design and material conditions, subject to what I've said, that I actually think the design principle is acceptable here. I think the usual conditions should be attached to allow the assistant director to obtain this design, along with windows, specification conditions, safeguarding of trees, conditions, landscaping conditions, sustainable design, glazing, car parking, bicycle, refuge stories, and biodiversity conditions as they think necessary. So I would like to state that actually this design I would like to give permission to. That would be my proposal. Conditional permission, subject to the conditions of the type I've suggested.
Madam Chairman, you're on mute.
Thank you. Thank you. Other comments from other members of the committee? I'll go with, I was going to...
Councillor Atwell was next on the
and
list.
then, sorry?
So the Councillor Atwell,
yes.
Stubbs and Hunt
yes.
are the list, as you may not be able to see. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, there are elements of this application that are unsatisfactory, particularly around the natural environment. But here's where I'm at. I'm from a naval family. In fact, as an aside, I was born a stone's throw from Pembroke House, which is the care home in Kent that is run by the Royal Naval Benevolent Fund. So I well understand the importance of and the need for communities that like these for ex-service personnel, especially the senior service who, and we talked about the design being continuous design, and we talked about a group of people who are used to and typically enjoy living at close quarters. So I don't see a problem with that element of the design. For me, the substantial benefit is in the provision of the home, and that outweighs any concerns around the design. So I would support this application.
Councillor Stubbs.
Thank you. Yes, I'm also very sympathetic to this application. I mean, I think it's, as Councillor Atkins has pointed out, the care homes do have a standard look and feel to them, and the reason they have a standard look and feel is because they're all dealing with the same economic constraints. Make the home too small, it's not viable. Make it too big, and you can't fill all the beds. And the middle, the sweet spot, the numbers which actually work is somewhere around 60 or slightly over. And so, that is why this application, I'm sure, is the size that it is, and why if we just say, well, let's make it a little bit smaller, well, that's another way of saying, well, let's not do it. And I think that would be a great shame. It is also noticeable that the NPPF does contain paragraphs which are supportive of considering social objectives and health in its widest sense as reasons for granting planning consent. So I do believe that this is in line not only with local policy, but within national to grant consent for it. It is not the case that granting this building for effectively a health and social care purpose establishes precedent for blocks of flats. It doesn't. We are allowed to take into account economic and social benefits that arise from planning consents, and very much having extra care home capacity is very welcome. Obviously, the naval theme on this, while we're all very conscious of it, isn't actually part of the planning determination. But quite honestly, even if this was a private home, I don't think it would really change the calculation that much. That we do need, we need greater provision for older people. I mean, I would like to see, I don't know if it's going to be in the local plan or not, but some recognition of the need for flats in central locations, accessible locations accessible to local services for older people, and I think care homes is very much a part of that for people who are not able to live independently. So I very much welcome this application. I think we should approve it. I mean, I'm conscious that the issues to do with the nitrates and the Solent special protection area are a complication, but I have to say I think this is something we should be able to delegate to officers. And we never on this committee make those decisions. We never sit in judgment and say, does this meet the nitrates plan? That's a technical matter. And so if it's a technical matter, I think we can properly put that on to officers to resolve. Thank you.
Thank you. Then I have Councillor Hunt, I think. Sorry, that was after the notes. Yes. Councillor Hunt, please. And then after that, Councillor Norton.
Thank you, Chair. So I at least have read all of the representations, all the documents, the planning officer's report. I watched the video run through, and I was in communication with the RNVT during the week. I read the late representations that came to us dated the 17th and the 20th of July. So I've done all of those things. I listened to Councillor Sanders and I listened to Councillor Smith on behalf of the Milton Neighbourhood Plan group, and it's been quite a thing today, hasn't it? I'm not going to dwell on that. One thing I do want to say, because Councillor Smith posted in the chat much earlier that she had asked to speak on Friday, and she said that she was finding it difficult to speak today. My understanding is that all councillors can speak up to the point of the meeting, unless something has changed, and I don't think it has, so I don't know why she found it hard. Nevertheless, I've listened to everybody and everything, and it is finely balanced. You're all quite correct. I can see that the vote is going to go for approval. I would rather have gone with Councillor Sanders' proposition, which was to defer to try and get a better design. On this occasion, I happen to agree with the officers. I think there is an over-dominant feature in the road and the street. I think it could have been stepped back. I think there could have been better treatment to the outside of the building, and I think we're accepting it far too quickly. It's my experience on this planning committee over 20 years that you can say no to something and it comes back better later on, and that would have been a better way to do it. I don't know what today has all been about. I really don't. So far as I'm concerned, everything is quite normal, but presumably we hear about that a bit later on in some other place. So yes, I happen to agree with the officers. I think we could have got a much better application, which would have suited the residents of Milton better and still delivered the dementia care home that we all know is very much needed. And perhaps we'll see this kind of passion when we reconsider the one up at Drayton Farlington next time. Thank you, Chair. So I'm moving the officers' report.
Thank you. Thank you for moving the officer's report as well to dictate the way in which I can do the order of voting later on. Councillor Norton.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think it's important to highlight a couple of phrases that came up, certainly in the deputations, and they were creation of jobs, dementia care, providing for our veterans, and I know that they're all not material grounds, but they are credible nonetheless. In terms of the speed of this, actually, I welcome something finally going on an area of that site. But in terms of material planning grounds, I actually think this is a solid application for a real worthy cause. So I will be happy to support the refusal of officers' recommendations there and support granting permission for this. I also want to very quickly shadow what Councillor Hunt was saying about process, and as always, as councillors being afforded the freedom to turn up and talk at these committees, and I worry that if we're overhauling process, but again, that's another conversation for another day.
Could you be very clear about what you said, Councillor Norton? You seem to be, I may have misheard, but you seem to be both wanting to support the officer's recommendation.
No. I will support refusal of officers' recommendations, therefore be in favour of granting permission.
Thank you, that's very clear. Anybody else want to give comments? Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I mean, it is not a straightforward application because it is a large application, and I think there are some very valid points raised in the officer's report, which I think is actually a really comprehensive report on this application site. My concern really is that some of the, potentials that have been mooted, such as, it being one single large building, and obviously shaped the way it is because of not wanting to knock down or remove any more TPO trees. So it's shaped in that way for a very specific purpose. But having a building built in maybe 2 or 3 sections to break it up so it's not one monolithic block. Listen, I'm not in the care industry, well, not directly, but I guess through the council. But having 3 separate buildings, albeit immediately next to each other, I'm sure from a fire perspective and from a staffing perspective, if you haven't got people that are sort of working a wing or a corridor or a section of the building together because they are physically broken up with having to go in and out of buildings, would probably increase the running costs in terms of staffing as well. When you look at this particular design for a home such as this for the elderly, and this particular developer, I think they're called LNT, I remember being invited by the Benevolent Trust. In fact, all councillors were invited by them to go to a presentation. I think it was last year, like July, August time. And when we went along, the developers were there and they gave us a presentation. And actually, what became quite obvious to me was that this is a fairly standard design that they use for, the 60-odd bed sort of model for care homes across the country. So this building has been built, from what I can see, a number of times by this developer for all different care operators, and the PMBT is just one such client, I guess. Now, I think that the point that was made around the sort of the street scene and the connection with the frontage of the active frontage of the building, had it have been more interactive with the road immediately in front of it, I can imagine there would have been far more kickback from local residents because it would have been far more impactful on them. So I think the reason that the builder, the developer and architects have designed it the way they have is, I'm sure, so that there is some kind of safe green space for those residents, some of whom are going to be vulnerable because of the nature of their age and health conditions, to enjoy some green space and maybe have doors that open out from their bedrooms onto that grass area. If it was particularly interactive with the street scene in front of it, it would not be as safe for them if people were able to walk in and out easier onto their front garden from the street. So I think the way it's been done is actually quite sensitive, and I did consider the deferral. I think Councillor Sanders made some good points, but actually I thought, well, okay, if I'm going to defer it, is it because of the active street frontage and that disconnect that the officer notes? Well, actually I don't agree with what the officer said there. Yes, it's a big building and I appreciate that, and it's a big bulk of a building, but if you put it into different sections and it was redesigned in some way by the architect, it probably would drive up the cost. And also, this, as I say, this building has been built multiple times around the country. And I'm not saying that just because other councils have done it, we should, but I actually, when we were talking about the future of St James's, one of the things that we as a council, forget everyone else, and what we as a council had agreed that having a care home in there would be really our ideal solution, rather than knocking everything down, putting loads more cars in there and people coming and going and, loads cramming as many houses in as we could. We thought a care home would be far more sensitive and be far less impactful because it was closer to its original intended use, that site, as a hospital. So whilst it's not a hospital, it's a care home, but it's caring for people. So anyway, I will be supporting the application on that basis. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else want to speak? I think everybody's had a chance to make comments. I'm going to move towards a votes then, just because I think we should, we've had a proposal for the officer's report, and I would like to second that so that we can do that first as a decision about whether to not to refuse or not to refuse the application given the recommendations we've got. Is everybody clear about that? I think it'll have the one can see how this might work out. So I'd like to go for a vote, please, first on the if you say for, you're for the recommendation to refuse. If you say against, then you don't want to accept the refusal, and then we'll move on to a positive vote the next time round. Okay. that clear?
No, not for me. It isn't.
No. Sorry, Chair. Can I just jump in? Yeah. So refusal, yes, is refusal of officers' recommendations, not the plan. Just to make it very, very clear. So what we're doing is voting to refuse the officers' recommendations for refusal.
Yes.
Members, if I can assist.
Yes, if you can assist, that would be helpful.
As I've understood it from listening to your debates, Councillor Hunt made a motion for the officer's recommendation, so a motion for refusal. Councillor Smythe has just seconded that motion for refusal. So the vote you're now doing is whether you are going to refuse it. So a vote for is a vote for refusal. A vote against is a vote against refusal. Abstention is obviously what it says. Clearly then, if the vote does go with a majority against refusal, then the matter will not have been refused for the reasons laid out in the officer's recommendation, and a further motion or discussion would be necessary.
Exactly. So if we can go for the votes, if I can just go round the screen. Councillor Hunt, please.
I'm for refusal, supporting the officer's recommendation.
Councillor Stubbs.
Against.
Councillor Norton.
Against.
Councillor Atwell.
Against.
Councillor Atkins.
Against.
Councillor Jones.
Against.
Okay. Perhaps we could have the votes counted up then, please.
Thank you, Chair. That's five against and one for. So that has fallen.
It was 2 for.
I'm abstaining as chair because I think that's what chairs should do until a casting vote is called for.
Apologies, I thought you'd seconded the proposal. Sorry.
Wanted to make sure it was considered. Okay. So we now need to go for a vote as to.
Chairman.
Yes.
Could I perhaps assist at this point? Because obviously Councillor Atkins at the early part of the debate was discussing, without a formal motion of course, discussing the opportunities of seeking to make a resolution to grant today with delegated authority to officers. The advice from officers would be that that would be extremely challenging because obviously the formation of conditions is a core part of the determination of the acceptability of a scheme. As members have decided not to refuse the application for the reasons officers have laid out, and I do not anticipate from the debate that officers have different reasons of refusal they wish to take forward, then what we would recommend as officers is the matter is deferred to the next meeting, which is only proposed to be 3 weeks away, whereby we can bring back draft conditions that are likely to overcome the small technical matters, and at the same time we'll have resolved the appropriate assessment so the committee can make their resolution, fully aware of today's decision, of course, which will now become a material consideration as a resolution of the committee to move it forward, because to delegate to officers would be to prevent us having any guidance on what matters of conditions members would wish to have control. Councillor Atkins mentioned a number of them, but effectively said it would be for officers to determine, as officers' recommendation is not to grant this plan permission, that would appear the more appropriate issue, and consequently then a clear minute of the reasons to grant could be secured, which is a requirement to ensure that we have adequate and transparent decision making.
Is everybody happy with that? I'd be willing to accept that recommendation because it's very difficult to draft conditions as a committee together.
I'm not very happy with that that recommendation. No, the application was brought to the committee. You can't tell the committee that we have no opportunity effectively to you can't bring us an application that we can't decide. You're effectively telling us that the only thing we could do here was agree with the officer's recommendation. I'm not satisfied with that. I wish
to be absolutely clear, we're absolutely not saying that. You're entirely within your right, perfectly reasonably laid out to explain why you do not wish to go with the officer's recommendation. What I'm inviting you is you're are not in a position to lawfully grant this consent today because there isn't an appropriate assessment. So the two options are delegating to officers or bringing it back to committee so that the committee can control the conditions and the assessment, which is part of the role, and have that. What we're proposing is to bring it back to you in 3 weeks' time so you can see those conditions and we can ensure that any matters that you do wish to resolve can resolve it. I do not anticipate there will be any notable delay in the issuing of a planning permission because there is still some weeks to resolve the issues of the nitrates and bird aware issue and the execution of a Section 106 agreement. So whether it's delegated or comes back to committee on the anticipated 12th of August committee date will not change the overall determination date, but it will provide transparency for the approval of the conditions and the reason for the grant of plan permission, which is a requirement to ensure that we have that for the appropriate minutes.
I would like to propose granting permission with delegated authority. I appreciate that but these are all technical matters. If we need to go through a list of the conditions that we should attach now, I'm happy to do so. I think that I would like to resolve this issue today and grant permission. I don't want it coming back to a future committee that could further confuse the issue.
Donna, Councillor Jones.
Thank you. I second that. I can't understand how Ian is able to say to this committee that there is no legal way in which we can grant permission today. I am happy to support Matt. We grant permission and we delegate authorities for all of the conditions to Ian as our Deputy Director of Planning.
Chair, can I speak, please?
Of course.
We're not lawfully in a position to grant planning permission for an application in the absence of an appropriate assessment.
But I wish to grant delegated authority.
Delegated authority.
And if they do not, if appropriate assessment, the appropriate assessment is not complete within 3 months, you can bring it back for refusal. You can be refused. I'm happy to grant permission on either of those bases. But it's conditional proposition, conditional on that appropriate assessment being completed. But I want the committee to delegate authority to the officers to complete that process.
Seconded.
Shall we take a vote on that process?
Thank you.
We'll take a vote on that process if that's okay.
Excuse me.
Councillor Hunt.
Thank you so much. We've been given legal advice that we shouldn't do this. Okay, end of.
So hang on a second. There's an application before us today that we cannot grant planning permission for. I just want to, because obviously the applicants are watching this, yeah? Cost order, hang on, sorry, Lee, I didn't interrupt you. Cost orders could be awarded against this council. Legal challenges could be awarded against this council. So you are telling us that as planning committee members today, there is an application before us that we cannot grant a planning permission for, even if we are happy to delegate authority for the assessment and any necessary required conditions to the Assistant Director of Planning, Ian Maguire. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to seek external legal advice about what this council is doing. I've already emailed the Chief Executive. I am really, really concerned about what is going on here.
Councillor Atkins.
I have to second that sentiment. I continue to propose my proposal. I continue to want it voted on. Donald Jones has seconded it. I think we need to vote on it. It's not acceptable, and I want to send that message loud and clear to the officers. It's not acceptable to bring something to the planning committee that you do not believe we can grant permission to, and that is I'm afraid, a point of principle which I'm not going to shift.
May I? I'm really sorry, everybody. I can't agree with you, not because I don't want to. Maybe I do. But what we have today is the planning officer who knows what he's talking about, and indeed the legal officer telling us we shouldn't do this. So I think it's not wise to go against their advice. So I can't agree with you. I'm very sorry, and we'll have to abstain.
Well, we can go for a vote if that's...
Judith, can I please,
yes,
if that's right, if you don't mind. Sorry, Judith. I'm sorry. I know the meeting is going on an extremely long time. For 6 years, I sat on this committee prior to 2014, and we have done this on so many occasions. I could literally email you all tomorrow if I could go back to 2008. 2000 when I sat on this committee, I could give you 6 years worth of examples where we've done this, particularly on large applications like this. I'm almost gobsmacked that there is an application before us today, which legally we are not allowed to grant permission for today, and we can't delegate authority to officers to conclude this. It has to come back to a subsequent meeting.
I think it's subject to any further professional advice. I think we need to go to a vote on this, to vote for granting of planning permission with conditions delegated to officers, or for a deferral.
Both conditions and the delegated authority to complete the appropriate assessment with the Natural England as necessary within 3 months.
Yes, thank you. That's helpful.
If it doesn't complete, refusal.
Yes, that's an important part of this. So I'm not sure that we're in position to grant. I mean, are you saying that you wouldn't then issue a planning application, a planning mission?
I'm saying that in exactly the same way that in other planning applications where we're recommending permission, we're recommended permission. You can read them on any of the others on the order paper. It says that we grant delegated authority to complete the legal agreement within 3 months, and if the legal agreement is not completed within 3 months, then the application is refused on the delegated authority of the Deputy Director of Planning. I would say exactly the same thing is happening for the appropriate assessment.
Seconded.
Members, if I could provide some final advice before you go to vote.
In effect, you're saying it would be a deferral. They wouldn't get the planning permission straight away, would they?
Yes, they would. Conditional permission.
If I may, members, to clarify this point, as I say, the difference with all these other similar applications is that there hasn't been an appropriate assessment, so you cannot lawfully grant planning permission. You can make a resolution today, and you're discussing a resolution that you don't wish to refuse it for the ground.
But we can
issue,
grant conditional planning permission, can't we?
No, because that would be the grant of plan. You cannot resolve the matter. You can make a resolution to say, subject to the appropriate assessment, then planning permission could be granted, and we want that to be dealt with by delegated. The advice we're giving you is that is not a lawful conclusion, because the appropriate assessment has to be resolved before a substantive decision like that is made. But it is your choice, as always, how you wish to progress with this. We're recommending you defer it for 3 weeks so we can bring it back and that legal impediment is out of the way. If you don't wish to wait those 3 weeks, you can take the vote as motioned, contrary to the legal and planning officers' advice, and it will be progressed, and a plan permission will be delivered under delegated authority I'll take further legal advice on the legality of the exercising of that delegation, but at some point in the future.
So the one that Ian just said then, basically, which is to say that we want to grant permission today subject to the assessment, subject to the appropriate assessments being carried out and conditions being considered.
Ian, would that be acceptable?
It's against officers.
Yes, just to be clear, you're not granting plan permission. It would not be acceptable to say you are granting plan permission today, because you cannot lawfully grant a plan permission with appropriate assessment. You can say you're not doing the refusal. You've already settled that. You're now wanting to say that you don't want to see it back in committee, and you wish this to turn on a delegated authority within the next 3 months. But you're not granting plan permission, and you've made a resolution that you do not want the committee to further consider this matter.
Yes, that is correct.
So, on that understanding, and we've got a 3 months backstop on that, Councillor Atkins, I still think we need to vote, don't we, Ian, about whether we are deferring or whether we're accepting that option, which is delegation subject to a 3 month backstop of sorting everything out.
If I may, Madam Chairman, there's been no motion to defer that's been put and seconded. The motion, contrary to officer advice, as we've said, is from Councillors Atkins and Jones, as laid out just then, to decline to delegate this to officers as described for determination within 3 months.
So from the chair, I would like to put a motion that we would defer. Would anybody second that?
No. Okay, should we move to the vote then? Because it's 5 to 7.
So the proposal then is to, we haven't got a motion to defer, so we're going to
pass a resolution.
For or against the solution of delegation to officer with a 3 month backstop of all the assessments and reserve matters.
Thank you.
So if you say for if you're in favour of that, and against if you're not. Okay. First, I will go to Councillor Norton.
For.
Councillor Stubbs.
For.
Councillor Hunt.
Abstain.
Councillor Atwell.
Abstain.
Councillor Atkins.
For.
Councillor Jones.
For.
What do we have there then? You can count those up, please.
We've got 4 for the resolution and 2 abstentions.
Thank you very much. Then we've made a decision. Thank you very much, colleagues. And thank you for your forbearance and also the quality of the debate when we got going. Thank you to officers for your work supporting this. I know it's more difficult online. Is there anything else that we need to do as part of this planning committee?
Madam, no, that is the full agenda. Yeah.
Thank you all very much then, and see you at the next meeting.
Can you believe that applications are brought forward that we can't actually vote for? I'm